Okay, so we're going to talk about the hot markets in 2022. So it's going to range around from Austin, Alpharetta, Georgia, scenarios of Dallas, North Dallas, and gentrification in South Dallas when it comes to Oak Cliff areas, Overton when it comes to the Miami area. That's getting a lot of development. And I'm also looking at scenarios of Orlando. So we're going to look at several various submarkets and bigger markets. So job creation is something that you always look for. Job numbers is always something that you use as a reference point to see where migration can come from. So you always look at certain data points when it comes to that. So I'm going to share my screen and we're going to look at a good zip code in, I think, okay, so Alpharetta. So that'll be 30360 zip code. For all the people that's coming in, please like the video. And for anybody that's looking at the replay, please like the video as well. For all the people that's coming in, this is an open panel. But let me pull up the zip code. So a lot of California money is just reallocating elsewhere. That's pretty much what it is. But job creation also helps when it comes to finding at least a area that you can find before it goes fully mainstream. So Austin has future job prospects because of Tesla. A lot of tech centers is going over there as well. Plus, there's no state income tax when it comes to the city. The state of Texas and the city of Austin is also providing its grant programs when it comes to new businesses coming in. So they're incentivizing more people to open up shop. Hence, that's why California money that's going to Austin can lead to houses being 400,000 to 700 to 800,000 within 2 years. And my projection, due to the fact that a lot of money coming in, they'll buy over asking price because of the aesthetics. So, California buyers, they like the aesthetics. They like scenarios of doing a lot of renovations. A lot of times it'd be unnecessary renovations, but overvalued renovations is going to build those prices up. So I'm going to share my screen and we're going to look at this fixer upper in Alpharetta. So this is a little too high, 295. That's always high when it comes to a fix and flip. Now, if the neighborhood is like 500,000, 600,000, then getting this bad boy for ranging around 175 to 225 and doing a quick cash offer on his 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath. So 5288 Winters Chapel Road. So the 4.2, finding the rents specifically for this area is definitely a priority. Getting this at 175 to 225 helps as well. Getting that under contract or seeing if the seller is willing to work with terms. If you have $30,000, $40,000, that can get you into the situation. Plus, you could get a construction loan and rehab this thing out because, it has a good layout. I would try to expand it to 6 bedrooms, try to see if I can get 6 bedrooms and 3.5. Because the square footage, that's a lot of square footage. So you can utilize that opportunity, try to rent it out $900 a door. Then $900 a door times 6 when expanded, mind you, when you expand the 4 into 6, that can be around $4,700 to $5,200 a month. Times that by 12, that's $60,000 in rental income. You can do Airbnb to try to squeeze some more money and profits in. Because This property right here, yeah, this needs a new look. So the whole building needs to be repainted. Insides need to be completely restored. If there's any opportunity on getting some type of solar panels or solar field, that would be nice, but I'm not trying to stretch the budget out on that. Clean up the backyard, have a shed, fix those windows, make sure the electricity, the HVAC is properly set up correctly. Try to modernize the kitchen island, marble flooring. See what else. Look at the second property. Okay, it's land. They want $325 for this. You got to get that for $185. Got to get that for $185. 10-day close. 3-bedroom. I'll try to expand that to 5. It says with a pool and a pool house. It says here, home prices sell ARV in the mid 500s. Do your own due diligence. Well, I'm definitely going to do my own due diligence. I'm going to save this property and search this up on Property Shark so I can see what is the liens on the property. See if it has any clear title. Because if they're saying that the neighborhood goes for $500,000 and I get this bad boy on the contract, say for $185, $240, that gives a good price entry to protect myself on any market downturns. So this is in Doraville, Georgia. ARV 500, 550. So 185 to 245,000 as a price entry. You can use the business credit to easily get access to that and just cash out the business credit for the down payment, plus attach a 90% LTV, loan to value type lender, and you can get access to this. Because this needs to be fully gutted. This needs to be a 5-bedroom, 6-bedroom. The rents, need to do research on that, but usually per door, try to get at least $900 per door. With the 6, $1,000 if you can squeeze it. If you can get 1,000 times that by 6 each door, shit, that's $72,000 a year on an asset that you pretty much beat up the seller for, due to the fact that it's boarded up, mind you. So, it is boarded up. You do so on your own risk. No seller's property disclosures be divided or disclosed on latent defects and fixtures. So you really are supposed to get this at extreme discount, because as you can see, they are already giving you the caveat emptor, buyer beware type of scenario when it comes to this sentence right here. So they are already giving you pretty much scenarios of get ready and be prepared if certain scenarios of the property doesn't work out well. Oh, well, it's pretty much up to you. That's why you always use Property Shark, PropStream, Red X. Prospect Now is something where you can do a hard pull on the property so you know what is going on when it comes to the status of the property. Because you don't want to buy something that has all these defects and fucked up code violations that's hard to get off. Especially if it has a problem when it comes to the environment, especially in Georgia. If it has any type of mold, that's a problem. Actually, you're going to be your biggest problem, because mold, a lot of people like to be a lawsuit artist and try to set up a lawsuit on any types of look of green or moldy. So that's something that you always do research. In certain states, when it comes to getting your tax liens, they have it where they don't have a due diligence period. So it's just literally on you to do research ahead of time and use the tools that I mention all the time: PropStream, Property Shark, Prospect Now, RedX. What's another one? REI Pro. I thought that was good, but when it comes to finding out certain hard pull data, I think Property Shark beats them on everything, because you can find something on the spot. But I'm gonna move on to the next hot market. So we're gonna look at. I was also looking at something in Maryland, because Baltimore has a lot of fix and flip areas where neighborhoods that used to be 50,000 is getting sold for 175, 220. So that's a good flip when it comes to that. Plus, it makes the market better in those areas. So let me share my screen. Okay. As we already see, Austin Homes is already up there in price, 410 for something like this. That's how you know the market is appreciating. When something that's 900 square feet could go for 410. That's why you always use PropStream to find any vacant houses in the neighborhood and try to get them at a very cheaper price. So something like this, vacant property, absentee owner, someone that hasn't been in the area for a minute when it comes to actually living there. You find what's in this local neighborhood, you copy and paste the address, then see what's in the surrounding area by using the tools of PropStream and Property Shark to see what else is in that area. Okay. It's on a 5-acre tract. I can create an apartment building on this. Yeah, I can create a 16-unit apartment building on this. See, this is like the prime opportunity for anybody that is going to do some renovations. Plus, it's been on the market for 153 days. So there's some wiggle room to get that price beaten down. Because really, this can be a creative value add type of property where you turn this into a 16, 12 unit apartment building and charge market rent, because they got enough acreage. Because 5 acres, shit, you got more than enough. Plus, look at the square footage, the usable square footage. So definitely wouldn't get it for this price. Try to knock that price down to the 500s, 600s. Then work out terms. So if anybody had 50,000 plus a lender that willing to give them the construction loan at 100% type of scenario, you pay your loan points, you get what you need to do. Yeah, $400,000 for that. The market is overvalued. The market is overvalued, man. If you want to come up on the panel, man, click on the link. Click on the link. So Austin is being influenced by the Californian population growth. Let's see, 285. That's why you always try to get these properties at a good discounted rate. You never buy at market price. Only how you incentivize them is getting them a quick 10-day close. That's how they'll deal with you, because you're being more convenient than everybody else, because they got to wait 6 to 7 months to hopefully get an offer, and probably another couple of months just to get somebody that can fit it at their price. I'm trying to click on this property right here in the South Austin area. So it's not working me there. So let me click on here. 350. Try to get this at I would say 190 to 220. You always knock down on the price. You never go at the price. You know, the highest maybe 260, and that's really high. That's really too high. Because they got acreages, so you can knock this down, and you can create more expansion or a mobile park. Because it says here, double wide mobile home has less value, needs TLC, rehab the current home, could be a nice place to replace a new mobile home. So you can knock this shit down and expand this thing a little more outward. Make it a seven rooms, 8 rooms. Cut the trees up a little bit, clean it up. And with the construction loan, if it's $100,000, you just estimate at 140, so you can profit $40,000 with your lender. Clean this up a little bit. Yeah, but you're not getting this at the 350 price. You always negotiate downward on every single deal that you do. Yeah, because this could be 8 units right here. This could be 8 units easily. Renting this thing out, Airbnb it, VRBO. But Austin is really on the hot end, though. I think people should pay attention to the vacant properties and also the absentee owners in neighborhoods by using those tools. So I'm going to give you guys the link to every single thing that I mentioned. Well, I'll give you the name. Prop stream. Yeah, because this could be an 8 unit, to be honest. This could be a flat apartment building, to be honest. Flat apartment building, you expand your rents, net operating income, be nice and healthy. You can get a loan on that net operating income and keep it moving. So Prop Stream and Property Shark. Put that in the chat. Okay. Yeah, but I'm already seeing that everything's expensive when it comes to near this area. Cause shit, these properties should be up around $80,000 if you ask me. But that shows you that everything is just going up. It's an opportunity still. You look for the surrounding areas. So if you don't pick up the selected the main property that you see that I selected, you always look around the surrounding neighborhoods, because there's going to be somebody that's going to sell you their property for around 90,000 to 120,000 in the $400,000 neighborhood. Granted, if they're in a financial bind, they have notice of default, notice of list pendants, credit card lien problem. Somebody's going to willing to do business. Plus, you have the business credit built up where you got your LLC, you got your EIN, you got your DUNS number. You got everything when it comes to your personal FICO being strong. You see an opportunity like this, you just negotiate this thing downward. And you always lead off to negotiating 170, and you work your way up no higher than 225. You never go 265 and try to do a negotiating like that. No, you cut the price in half. 170 is to start off over the phone. Person work your way up 220. No more than 235 at maximum, because you're trying to get at the good price entry. So if you do put a construction loan, you're not over buying it, or you're not putting too much in the property. Cash or excellent financing. Gotcha. And they say that it's currently being made when it comes to renovations. That's funny. With me, I'm always about value add. So expanding these 3-2 into a 5-2 makes more sense. Too much trees in this area. I don't know. I don't like too many trees that's blocking the view of the area, but getting this for as low as possible and using the business credit for the down payment and using Cash Now Homes LLC for the loan, that's a smart play, because you're preserving your business credit, plus you're protecting the personal. And also Uplift Capital. Uplift Capital is another hard money situation. Okay. I would definitely try to figure out what's the zoning, because this can be redone as another apartment building. Because a lot of these, to be honest, a lot of these properties is so spacious that making an 8 to 12 unit is only just going to make you more revenue opportunities. It's going to expand your expenses, mind you. But as long as you have the market rents at $1,200 and renting them out times 8 times 12, that's $100,000 in rental income. Plus, you can use the expenses to write off, give you some good placement. And if this is in an opportunity zone, if this property is in an opportunity zone, it gives you the ability to reduce and shrink your tax liability over a time period, mind you. It's been on the market for 158 days, or 160 days technically. It's built in 1972, so the repairs is not going to be as bad, because the older the property is, the more hassle of the renovations can be. Plus, this is for sale by owner, so this is direct to seller. You don't got to deal with no agent on that property. You don't even got to deal with no kind of agent on that property, so that's actually a plus, because dealing with the agent is going to be like the, how can I say, the gatekeeper, as you will. Yeah, for sale by owner, FSBO, sale by owner. So that is more flexible, because the agent is going to take up a lot of the profit. I'm thinking about the market is going to be hot for a while after 2022 due to COVID and losing jobs, not working. People will be losing homes too, plus inflation and stuff going on. Yeah, when it comes to scenarios of inflation, real estate market is actually boosting up. When it comes to people losing their jobs, you always look at the credit card lien. You pull up the list of the credit card liens. You find code violations, HOA liens. HOA liens, you can find all the people that live beyond their means and be able to get those high expensive properties for a discount. Certain investors will deal with a HOA lien or HOA properties if it's at a good discount. Mind you, if it's at a good discount, they can get with you on that. But I'm going to look at a couple more properties. So we're going to look at Houston. Okay. 189. Try to get that for 120. Always negotiate downward. Always try to negotiate downward. When it comes to all these properties, this saves you when it comes to when it comes to economic downturn. This helps you on saving money when it comes to, negotiating with the seller. Seller has some type of problem with the property. You use Property Shark to find what is going on with the property, see if it has a clear title. And if it doesn't have a clear title or have any encumbrances, shit like that, you can negotiate that downward. That actually gives you more leverage. So the more problems of the property, the more it has any type of situations and issues, the better. Commercial real estate, you look for somebody's tax returns. So you ask for the tax returns. You ask for the K1s, the K1 statements. Okay. God, this runs slow. Okay. So this is in Houston. Grass needs to be redone. The windows needs to be done. Roof needs a new roof. The garage probably needs remodeling inside. Okay. So inside has been redone. Inside has been redone. But everything else needs to be gutted, to be honest. That's why you try to get this for 120, 130, and just expanding it to as many doors as you possibly can, because the square footage looks nice, because the square footage probably can be able to fit 7 doors. 7 bedrooms, 4 baths. I know a 7.4 is kind of weird, but you're trying to maximize as much rents. So you're just trying to get as much rent as possible on each and every single room. Like the inside is done. But this tree right here, nah, this tree needs to go. Spacious backyard. Yeah, this needs to be renovated as well. So I would say the construction cost would be 70,000. This would be 70,000, and the construction loan, you overestimate construction loan just to account for inflation. So if it's 60, 70, you always ask for 90, 110, and that's how you profit 40 to 50,000 every closing. And that's your war chest. You use that to either reinvest into more properties that you find in the area, or you use it as a war chest to be able to do any type of renovations or any type of expense budgeting. But yeah, this is spacious, so it needs to be more units, man. It needs to be 7, 8 units, in my opinion. In my opinion, because 3-2, that's not maximizing your space. That's not maximizing all the space that you could possibly have. And plus, you're trying to get this at like 130. So your all-in cost will be 200,000 for an 8 unit. For an 8 unit, make it into a multifamily, because you got so much backyard now. The backyard is enough to be able to do what you need to do when it comes to repositioning. The parking, that's going to be done. That's going to have to be done. Situations of the plumbing, that needs to be done. What else? The zoning check. Oh, first, you always check for the zoning first, mind you. But if it approves, then you can be able to make that $10,000 a month, times that by 12. That's 120. You use your bank statement loans to be able to get 3 more properties off of splitting that 125, paying your loan points, 2% loan points, 6 to 8% on interest. And even if mortgage rates goes up, it'll be around 10. So it's going to be expensive, but that's why you choose the properties that has the most upside. Expanding your units gives you the most upside. The 3-2 thing, that's for fix and flippers. The buy and holders, they need to get to this property at 130. If they can get it at like 110, even better. You wait some time, you bide your time. If they say no, you come back on it, and they'll eventually deal with you, because anybody else is going to be able to want something that's like base 3-2 base. So this is like a 3-2 base type of home. They're not going to want it where they're going to pay at market rent, not at market price. Pardon me. At market price like this. So let me refresh this. They're not going to want to pay this at their price. They're going to want it for $80,000, $70,000. So 120 is being generous. So 120 is being really generous. So let's look at the street view. Let's look at the street view. Because 120 is being very generous, because that property needs a new roof. That house needs a new roof. If I can only get this thing to load. Okay, my apologies on this one. Get rid of that. I was trying to see the street view so I can see what's the other neighboring homes to give a good example of the neighborhood, because as you can see, that the drive-through needs to be done. These trees needs to be cut. The backyard needs to be utilized, because that backyard can really, you can push the property back and expand it where you can get more than just 8 units. You probably get 12. Probably get 12 because of the lot, the lot size. Or find vacant lots in that neighborhood that's in 1513, 0, and see what else that you can find for a cheap $50,000 price, and add $100,000 on renovations to make you an 8 unit from the ground up. Okay, this is 205. I wouldn't go for no more than $110 on this property. On Victoria Street, yeah, no more than $110. This property 52. See if you can get $600 per door, $800 per door. So these have gates. Okay. How long it's been on the market? For 6 days. Built in 1960. Okay, the lot size is 7,000 square feet. Okay, needs minor cosmetic work. Okay. Biggest house in the neighborhood. So see, biggest house in the neighborhood is always hard to sell when it comes to fix and flips, because of the comps got to match when it comes to square footage, year built. If the property is built on certain type of material, the plumbing. So if you're going to have a very stickler type investor, they're going to be hounding you on those metrics when it comes to your cash buyer, or if you're going to be the one buying it. So this is the backyard. See, this needs to be more than just five doors. This also needs to be expanded inside. Okay. So they're selling this for $155. $155. Well, $158. You always try to get this at $120, $110. Going on Property Stream or Property Shark to find out if there's any liens, is there any type of debt on the property, how much is the loan on the property. If you can find out the loan of the property, you can actually set up seller financing. So people that have $10,000, $15,000, this is how they get access to the properties, because they can find out what's the loan situation, who's the lender's name, what's the term on the loan. You can find out if it's a extension on the loan or debt structuring. You can find that by using Property Shark. So using hard pulls, so doing a hard, sort of like a hard credit pull on a personal social security number, doing a hard pull on this property. Because Houston is blowing up because of, once again, more California people are looking for more places to go. They're looking to spread around in certain areas. They're looking for cheap properties that their $700,000 that they cashed out from their LA home, they go buy a Texas home, and they buy investment property, or they can use $750,000. They would use probably $300,000 to cash out a property. Then they'll use the remainder to put these on $400,000. So let me do the math. So $450,000 off of the profit of the home in LA. They split it on $25,000 down payments, they can get 18 properties. Plus, they got to pay the loan payment, so that'll be actually a little over 450,000. So they would have to use a little more remainder money to get 18 properties of fix and flips at the same price range as this. So that means every 25,000 that they use goes to another property that's ranging around 200,000. They can use the remainder of the construction loan to invest in more properties. So you're using your lender's money to invest in more deals. So the construction loan always is overestimated due to the fact that you always must account for any other unknown expenses. Because hell, the pipeline can be busted. The septic tank, if it has a septic tank, that's another thing you need to know. Because if it has a septic tank, you like to knock that price down. As you can see, a carport, knock that price down. You got to knock all those prices down. You got to do all of those things. But the inside is cool, but I don't go for the inside. We go for the outside aesthetics. That roof needs to be replaced. That can be like 10,000 on repairs. Because, yeah, you got to get a good price entry on this. Because if you could get it for $90,000, it's a steal. That's a home run type of play. Because this is a 5-bedroom that you can make it in 8 to 10 units. You always try to expand out. That's the whole purpose of value add or lateral conversions. So for all the people that's coming in, this is an open panel, man. Click on the link. This is an open panel. Click on the link. Feel free to join. Feel free to be able to ask me any type of question that you need. So we're going to look at, I think we should look at more of Atlanta because Alpharetta is hot. Marietta is hot. Macon is having some development in Macon. Okay. Okay. Macon has a lot of cheap properties. Okay. Macon. There we go. Macon, GA. Okay. 240,000. Wow. Try to get this at least for 110, 130, because if it's been in the market for that long, that's because people is not going to spend 250 on it. People want to get at the range of 65% ARV minus any repairs and rehab. So, let me see what's these dirt cheap properties is, if that's property or land. So let me click on the $49,000 price that I just saw. Okay. 49,000, Fort Valley, Georgia. Oh man, you could use the business credit. You could use the 50,000 business credit and buy it in cash, but that's never smart. you always use your lenders. So 90% LTV lenders. Cash Now Homes LLC, they'll give you a 10% investment investor loan plus 100% of the construction. So if you want to make this into how can I say, 6-bedroom, three bath, you're gonna have to utilize all of that lot, the total lot, because the square footage is 1,500. So I'm trying to find the lot size. Okay. Trying to find the lot size. Okay. Okay, so it has sewer. So it has a sewer line. The taxes is $601. Okay, so lot size. I'm trying to find the total lot size so I can see how much I can completely build. So the property is vacant, so we don't have to deal with inheriting a tenant. Okay, so this is the office number, so I can call them up right there. 770 number. 49,000. That's definitely a cheap one. But you never go at the price. You always try to beat them down. So you cut the price to 35, 40, and try to get as much of a discount possible. Because this is going to be like a whole gut. This is going to be a full knockdown. Knock this motherfucker down. Because everything about the property is a little too narrow. Yeah, this is a little too narrow. Because you're doing this as a buy and hold type of play. Because you could use tools to see how much is the neighborhood going for when it comes to the comps, but you try to get this at a good entry price. Plus, this is very cheap, $50,000 investment property. The business credit, $50,000 in business credit within 6 months. You can just use 10 to be able to get into this property, make $30,000 of a construction loan, because you could say to your lender that your construction cost is going to be $70,000 when it's really $40,000. So this is in Fort Valley, Georgia, mind you, Macon County. But yeah, Fort Valley, Georgia. $50,000, man. That's a cheap steal right there. That's actually a good starter deal. Mm-hmm. So for all the people that's coming in, this is an open panel. So Georgia is hot due to the fact that the hedge funds is going to buy all up and down. So even properties that are dirt cheap like that, the big buyers is going to literally take up all that space. Everything that was cheap that you saw for $59,000 wind up getting sold for $220, $230. And if they can find another buyer to be able to buy it up, they'll probably mark up the price for $300,000. So that means hedge fund buyer sells it to another hedge fund buyer that does buy and holds. They'll buy and hold for 30 years. So they hold on to this property where they get access to the property, rent it out. Scenarios of getting leases, master leases. Master lease is actually something where people can get access to a apartment building with little to no down payment. Little down payment of probably, say if it's a $2 million building, from my mentor, he wound up getting access to a $2 million 16-unit property building just for $40,000. So that was him getting access to a distressed seller where everything was just going bad, tired landlord, has all these properties, don't know really what to do with them, don't know really where to go with it. You know, he took advantage of the situation. He had liquid cash. He got a master lease agreement drafted up by his lawyer, mind you, drafted up by a lawyer, because your master lease got to be a fixed price negotiating. So if it's a $2 million building, you get it down for 1.4. You use the $20,000 to get access to the property, 20 to 40,000 to get access to the property. You either do some construction by getting a construction loan. You turn that 8 unit into 12 units, 8 unit into 24 units if you want to maximize the profit. You have vending machines. You have coin laundromats, so you can make money on the coin laundromat slots of all 24 units, probably of 80 people, due to the fact of the households, vending machines, getting distribution when it comes to liquor stores, finding any type of liquor stores in that surrounding area because you need to monopolize the market. So that's liquor stores, that's gas stations, seeing who's out there and using Property Shark and PropStream so you can find the owner, because you can find retail owners as well and skip trace the LLCs and give out a direct offer to the seller and see if he bites. But the master leases is how a lot of people that are in New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey, mind you, that have a lot of foreigner investors, Iranians, Arab type investors, they get access to a 99-year lease. And they pretty much rent that bad boy out to the everyday person in that area in Newark, in an opportunity zone, mind you. So they already get the tax breaks and the tax reduction. That's localized. So they just play Monopoly and reinvest in more properties in those opportunity zones. You know, they got a hell of a tax reduction. So people are just going to hold on to these bad boys, reinvest in other areas. Hedge fund people are going to run to a glass ceiling, I think, because if they're not going to have people that's coming in from California that take their $700,000 in real estate profits from their home being 200,000, 300,000, and just jumping up to 800,000, they're going to find a wall because they have to resell it or find somebody that can afford $3,000 a month in rent, at least home rent, when it comes to the nicer areas of Atlanta, Georgia, or hedge funds is buying up Detroit as well. So we can look at Detroit properties because those are very dirt cheap. So let's look at Detroit right now because Detroit is actually hot. Its own little way, it's actually hot. So for all the people that's coming in, please like the video. Please feel free to come in. Feel free to come in. Feel free to join the conversation. Detroit. Okay. Very cheap properties. Very cheap properties. 15,000 for a 4-2 bedroom. So all the people that are in the business credit mastery with me or has some form of business credit, if you're in the nearby area, focus on getting this property for $8,000, to be honest. Always negotiate downward. Even if you have the money, you always negotiate downward because you don't profit on the sell. You profit on your entry. So if you get it for 8,000, you then profit 7,000 because you saved that money. And if you could get access to that seller, that'd be even perfect. That's a beautiful thing. If you get access direct to the seller and skip the agent and save you some money, then yeah, that's one of the greatest deals on this. So the business credit, people can use that to get access to probably 10 properties and rent this thing out for like $1,000 a month. So the cash on cash return is going to be insane. You can rent the entire house for $1,000 a month. Or if you want to maximize your profit, you can charge $500 per door. You can charge $500 per door. So this is a $15,000 property in Detroit. So there's a lot of fix and flips. This is very easy for pretty much the everyday person to get involved in, because a lot of people they see the $300,000 and they find it to be daunting. Even though you don't get none of these properties for the actual listing price, you try to negotiate downward. Use the 10-day close, which you can close these properties within 10 days. So you could probably do it in 5 days because this is business credit that you're using. Plus, it's really cheap. You get your construction loan. You can profit off the construction loan where you ask your lender for $50,000 and repairs probably be around $35,000. But you ask for $60,000, $70,000, to be honest, just to be safe, and you can profit more on the back end. You probably get 3 or 4 more properties that are in this same neighborhood. So Detroit, if you have the abilities to be able to be in the area, your lender, Cash Now Homes LLC, they're lending nationwide. So they're nationwide lenders. You always deal with nationwide lenders. You always look at the loan points. You always look at any type of clauses that they have on that loan. Yeah, this is definitely a full gut. In my opinion, this property is a full gut. You can get this for 8,000, tear this shit down, and sell it for 90, 120. So that means that if you put $8,000 into this property, just as to buy, because the seller, he might go with 8, he might tell you 12. You know, you haggle with them, but you get these properties, you gut them down, you expand that 5, that 4 into 7, 8 units, as many doors as you possibly can to stretch that motherfucker out. Possible. You could get around 20 houses on $450,000 of business credit. 20 houses times that by $1,200 for the house. 20 houses, that's $25,000 a month. Times that by 12, that's $300,000. So your $450,000 got you back $300,000 in cash flow year over year for getting these cheap ass houses. I may need to take the trip to Detroit. I need to find somebody that's in the Detroit area and be in Bloomfield, West Bloomfield, so I could be in a nicer area. The rest of my head while I do business for the short time being, because this is definitely a full gut. So for all the people that's coming in, please feel free to join the link. Yeah, we getting that for 8,000. We ain't working with their price at 15. Get your construction loan estimated at 70. Resell this bad boy, or just hold on to it. Just hold on to it forever if you can. Because these properties gonna will probably wind up being $150,000. Watch. What's going on, everybody? Respect everybody that's coming in. Respect everybody that's liking the video, that shares the stream. I appreciate everybody. But this is 15, man. Ladies and gentlemen, 7338 Epworth Street, Detroit, Michigan, 4824. That's the zip code. So only why I'm looking at it, because I have a lot of people saying that, well, real estate is very high, real deal, which market is very cheap. And see, and this is a duplex that's this much. See, this is a multifamily duplex for $15,000. Yo, what's the realtor's number? Let me get the realtor's number so I can write that down. Keep this. Where's the realtor's number? The realtor. Okay, so the property tax, so they have a winter tax, that's $37. The summer tax, that's $587. The total tax, that's $615 a year. Where is the listing agent? Can't find a real estate agent's number on this, but this is a duplex. So all these are duplexes. Opportunity for everybody, y'all. I try to get the agent's number for y'all, but I can't seem to directly find it. So the foundation is built off of wood, built in 1916. So the renovation is going to be a little heavy. So that's why that $70,000 projection, if you only need 50, that's going to save you when it comes to anything else that's needed on the property. Then you got this property. This is $99,000. This one is $59,000. And this is where you get to the 150s. So this is a 7.2. Okay, you got this for $19,000. Teapot, I got a realtor that's in Detroit, so I need to connect the dots when it comes to him. I need to figure out one way how to get my clients into this, or I need to get my ass up to Detroit and figure out what's happening. Because the West Bloomfield is where I rest my head at, because that's the suburbs of Detroit. I'm doing my research. That's Detroit, a suburb. So getting this business credit from the LLC, cashing that out, getting a realtor, getting a buyer agent, a good buyer's agent, getting a contractor, that's going to be needed. And with the contractor, I don't pay no more than the 33s and a third. But Teapot, email me though. Email me, man. Email me and get me back on the show, man. That's definitely no problem. That is no problem with me. Damn, I'm trying to get this thing to load. Hold on. Okay. Okay, there we go. I wasn't looking at the Detroit market until I made that realtor connection from Detroit. I'm like, yo, these buildings is $20,000. Watch when they get resold for $150. And watch a lot of the people say, well, they're gentrifying our area. Well, this is dirt ass cheap, man. If y'all can't, at least like a credit card can buy this property right now. Think about it. A $5,000 credit card can get you access to this property. Like literally a $5,000 property. It's 3,500 square feet. So that's the total square footage of this property all around. So getting an 8-bed, like you just saw on the other property house, a 7.2. So let me get my calculator. So if you get it to 8 doors and you charge $650 a month times 8 doors, that's $5,200. So the $5,000 that you put down, you already get it on your first month. Times that by 12, that's $62,000. But your construction loan is going to be around probably 70 to 80, because you got to expand it out. You got get that grass cut up. You got to get at least the driveway set up of any type of importance. But this is what I call a sleeper. This is very a sleeper type deal, and it's been on the market for 50 days. Built in 1917, multifamily upper lower apartment on the property type. So getting that 8 unit, maybe 10. If you can squeeze 10, that's even perfect. That's 650 times 10. That's 6,500 a month. Times that by 12, 80,000. Mind you, you gotta also take in count of your construction loan payments. Also, any type of carry costs of holding on to it. That's something that my man Lonzo in the chat reminded me about when it comes to doing business in New York compared to everybody else nationwide. Okay. All these cheap ass deals, man. This is for 8,000. So this is like one of the best entry level type of investments, man. This is like one of the best entry level type of investments because $8,000. So this is 2279 Pasadena Street. So I gotta write all these properties down. Get on Property Shark. So I gotta write this down. 2279 Pasadena Street, Detroit, Michigan. Okay. 8,000. Try to get it for 7470. Okay, it's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,700 square feet. Make this into a 10-unit. Renovation costs when it comes to 10 units. So let me get my calculator. So $25 times 1728. That gives my construction cost at 43,000. I'm going to overestimate it 80,000. 80,000 on rehab. Because I'm going to expand this into a 10 unit and try to get the value from 8,000, as you see, to try to get it to 150. So mind you, you do this $8,000 on your credit card, buy a property every single month, get the construction loans, build this motherfucker up. To be honest, people should go out of state, man. People should focus on out of state investment the best way they can. If their properties in their neighborhood is too high, say if it's $700,000, $800,000. $700,000, $800,000 that you have in your neighborhoods. Focus on what can you afford out of state. So the Land Bank Authority is entitled to, okay. See this right here? Okay, so it has a tax abatement. It says here, will review requests to waive its tax capture rights. Okay. And may require payment in a lieu of taxes. That's why you always do a hard pull, Property Shark, or any other tool that you use when it comes to pulling up the title of the title search. Okay. Okay, purchase and development financing. Okay, well, I already have a lender when it comes to developed financing, so that's what Cash Now Homes LLC does. So this is a multifamily colonial upper lower apartment built in 1924. This is the total lot size. I'm trying to see if that would be like a 10-unit vertical. Yo, get the likes up, everybody. Come up on the panel as well. Get on the panel. Get on the panel. That is funny. $5 per square foot. So you got a lot of $8,000 properties, everybody. That credit card can be used for something right. That credit card can be used for something right. Because, you know, one of those properties can be 10 of the $8,000 properties. Plus, you expanding it and getting the rents up. Yo.
Yo, what's going on, bro? Yeah.
Everything's good, man.
I just texted you. Is that the Detroit market? And I was letting you know I'm in the back.
Yeah, that's the Detroit market, man. That's because look at how cheap these properties are, man. 8,000. These be like 4 2-bedrooms that can be expanded to 10 unit.
Okay. Damn, StreamYard sucks up so much energy.
Yeah,
I just got off. I have to introduce you to my buddy Aaron.
Okay.
Actually, I think we've met. No, you didn't speak with Aaron. But one thing about being on YouTube as black men, we're taking that leadership role. So introducing each other to other professionals doesn't hurt. And so it's a networking opportunity.
Oh, yeah, man. Because, dude, there's opportunity out there, man. Because, like, one property is $8,000. You can negotiate that one downward to $5,000, $6,000.
Exactly. Now, also, iron sharpening iron. There is the fear for people to go outside of their market if they're going to buy and hold. But if you're going to flip it, not too much fear.
I agree.
So I agree with you partially.
I look at the cash on cash return.
Okay, so you're flipping.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so then you don't have that fear. You wouldn't have that fear because you're flipping. You're not concerned with managing the property. But a lot of people don't have the risk tolerance or the risk profile that someone as young as you would have, right? Mm-hmm. So you have you have the time horizon to be available to take aggressive risks, where someone 20 years your senior doesn't. And what I mean by that is a lot of guys getting into, as you can tell, I rolled up one. A lot of guys getting into those situations are older and they want to buy and hold, meaning they want to be a landlord. And so they're scared of going somewhere they don't know or having someone who they don't know and can't vet manage something, right? Because if I buy one of those properties and I spruce it up, I want to know that it's in a nice enough neighborhood that I can get it rented out. Now, I could do the Section 8 route too. So I see what you mean about cash on cash.
Yeah, that's that cash on cash return, man.
Yeah.
That's because I looked at it, I'm like, $8,000. Whoa. Because I showed you the Austin market. You had like properties that look toe up getting listed for $410.
Yeah.
While you got shit like these, they going for $8,000 a pop.
Wow.
Because I looked at the Austin market. I'm like, man, California is overflooded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
man. I'm trying
definitely
to hold
could.
up. Let me refresh my screen real quick.
Also, you on the property shark now.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Bought that shit. That shit is useful. That shit is more useful than PropStream. PropStream got some old data.
Yeah.
They got
Well, they
like two
all use
months.
a lot of similar data, but property shark is pretty up to date.
Cause I can't utilize 2 months old of data.
Mm.
I can't do that, man. Because failed listings
Yeah.
especially failed listings, boy. Because you try to get on that as early as possible.
Yeah, that's true.
Try
Because
to get
failed
on them
listings,
motherfuckers.
well, I have a feeling about failed listings, but I use them for other reasons. Well, I have a failed
Okay,
listings list in New York, but I don't use it for real estate purposes, obviously.
gotcha, gotcha. Damn, I'm trying to click on this one right here in between the 135 and the 200.
Mm.
Trying to click on that near
Or that's too
Highland
bad,
Park.
15,000.
Yeah,
I can buy that.
like I said, man, people can use their credit card to buy these properties. They could use the business credit they get from me and get 3 or 4 of these properties and get construction loans on 3 or 4 of these properties as well. But they also look at the comps in the neighborhood, look at the market rent in your neighborhood.
Yeah, that's what they want to make sure that they have enough rent to cover the loan.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's a 2 bed, 4 bath, if that's a single family, that's easy to Section 8 out, and you'll get, 60, 70% of the market rate. The other idea is to do like some slumlords do, and they charge, the rest on top.
Mm-hmm.
So like what they do, for example, a lot of the people who were in shelter programs,
Mm-hmm.
I would get them an apartment in New York, and the landlord or the property owner would come to a separate agreement with them for additional money. He'd be like, look, you could stay here for the first year for whatever, whatever. But then after that, you got to pay X amount of dollars over per month. They actually did it to one of my family members. He and his wife moved in well, not his wife, his baby's mother moved into a place, and she had 2 kids of her own. So altogether, they had 3 kids, and they got the housing voucher, moved
Mm-hmm.
into the apartment, and then the landlord, what he did was he left stuff broken, and he said, "Okay, well, if you want me to fix it, you got to pay the full rent, which is all you got to pay is like $200 a month or whatever it was." But you know, it wasn't something that would trigger anything.
Bruh, this has been on the market for 200 days, so you could probably get this for $15,000.
Yeah.
It's been on the market for 194 days, at least on Redfin for 194 days. So you can get this for $15,000.
Mm.
Try to get this for half price.
Yeah,
Or skip trace the seller. Try to work it directly with the seller.
true. No, that's
But
a
let's
good
look at
idea.
this.
That's a good
I want to
method.
look at the street view. I want to look at the street view, but it's not pulling up on this. So let me do it like this. God damn, I got a lot of tabs.
Yeah, you got to start closing down some of them tabs, bro.
That's because I'm looking at market after market after market after market, trying to find a deal. uh,
That's all
so
right.
let me do this. Okay. For sure.
Oh, I forgot I recorded that shit. I'll erase that momentarily. I'm looking at my emails.
All right, for sure. Okay.
Trying to see.
Okay.
I know somebody had also sent me something. Is this it?
And after this, we look at the Chicago market. Then we look at New York.
All right. Well, see, those are expensive
Okay.
markets when you're looking at something that's 15,000 versus, 150,000. It is a
It was Chicago market got its cheap properties. It'd be around 50 to 60,000. I haven't seen not one for 15.
yeah. But see, when you get
Because
into
you try
those
to
ranges,
look. Mhm.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that trying to find something on Gresham, on Auburn, Gresham in Chicago. Those properties go for 30, 40,000. But
Okay.
go ahead, finish your thought.
I was just, I thought, but again, I look for a certain market, so I tend to find expensive things. Just because of the market that I'm trying to uh, dive into, it would make sense. But
Okay. Yeah, it would.
I
It
ain't
would.
mad at you.
Man,
If
this
you
looked
find them
like the
cheap properties and
same
everything in
area
the
that they
market for them
filmed
expensive.
BMF.
Sorry?
Not this looked like the same neighborhood that they filmed the
Oh,
BMF
BMF.
TV show on Star. Yes, because everything looks like the same, even with the dark scenes that they be having on that show. Yeah. I wonder what's the comps. What's the highest comp in this neighborhood? 1998 Glendon, Glendale. I'm gonna have to research that later on. I'm gonna have to look at that.
Mm. Well, that's fire though. That Google Earth is something else, man. Like they probably catch murders in progress and shit.
Yeah, you heard about the mob boss that got caught? Some Italian mob boss that got caught up in Italy because of Google Earth.
It's crazy.
I got caught up. So yeah, the Minority Report.
Crazy.
But yeah, these properties range probably 50, 40, 50.
This is Illinois, Chicago?
Nah, this is Detroit. It reminds me of Illinois. It reminds me of Illinois so much of how the properties are built from 1920s, 1910s. Like damn near all of the properties is built in the 1910s that just renovated from the inside. The inside be decked out, but everything else about it is like
Yeah. It's pretty normal.
red house.
Yeah, that one actually looks
And the
nice.
funny part about it is these digs is listed as like multifamily.
Yeah,
Pretty
you're gonna
normal.
have to close up
Pretty
some of your
normal.
tabs or something. Your screen is blank.
But let me look. Let me type in Chicago now. Let me hold on. Okay.
Damn. StreamYard be draining shit, bro.
I got the charger on too. I got the charger on and it's still doing this shit. Okay. So you can expect the Sun Belt to dominate the housing market in 2022. Tampa, Florida tops Zillow's new list of the hottest real estate market of the year, followed by Jacksonville, Raleigh, North Carolina, San Antonio, Texas, and Charlotte, North Carolina. Home buyers are attracted to markets in the Sun Belt that offers relative affordability, fast-growing economies, weather that allows them to enjoy their outdoors year-round. Okay, Zillow economist Alexandria Lee said in a statement, the value of the typical home in Tampa has risen nearly 30% over the last year. Yes, to $354,000 median. According to Zillow, the real estate giant expects Tampa to explode to a growth to continue in 2022 and forecasting another 24% bump. So that brings it to $410,000. Another bump like that, that'll be another increase. Says here, Zillow. Okay, so Zillow is pretty much doing most of these projections. Tampa also made it onto Realtor.com's ranking on the hottest real estate markets for 2022, though that the list featured many cities. Okay. In the Mountain West, like Salt Lake City, Boise, Idaho, and Spokane, Washington. Okay, so Californians is moving there as well. I see. So pretty much it's the word of Californians and the New Yorkers. Californians and New Yorkers is pretty much taking their cash flow, where they cash profit. Yep, and going in. So anything that was $70,000, that's gonna be probably around $150,000. It'll double. Okay, the same pandemic trends we saw last year, like remote work and moves away from big cities onto the coast, will still be in play nationally. Zillow expects home values to grow another 14%, I guess, nationwide in 2022. So if you're looking to buy a new home, it's important to know how much you can afford. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, so this is the top list. So you have Tampa at 1, Jacksonville 2, Raleigh 3, San Antonio 4, Charlotte 5, Nashville 6, Atlanta, Georgia 7. Atlanta, Georgia need to be number 4, number 3, to be honest, in my opinion.
Phoenix, okay, why do you say that?
Because a lot of hedge funds is more centered into Atlanta than anything.
Yeah, but you know what I noticed when you mentioned Nashville, you kind of put your chest in it when you mentioned Nashville. Tennessee. I'm trying to think which one of these states is more tax advantaged. And I believe, Florida has no state tax, which is likely a large reason. I believe Texas has no state tax.
No state tax, but they have high property and school tax.
Okay.
Because you gotta pay that school tax no matter if you have kids or not.
No, yeah.
So that's one slight drawback. That is one slight drawback when it comes to that. The property and school tax. Tennessee, they don't have any. I don't think they have state tax neither.
Okay.
And they're very pro-business. Arizona, they have state tax. But Arizona is actually good for tax liens. Anybody that's investing in tax liens, Texas and Arizona, they have the highest interest. Yeah, they have the highest tax lien interest rate that they'll give to you. For all my tax lien investors that want to use their 10 to 15 G's just to collect a percentage on their money. Okay, Zillow says those markets will have strong home values this year. Orlando, I can see it. I'm looking at the surrounding areas of Orlando with my guy West. He lives in that area, so he's holding me down there. But you notice it doesn't have nowhere in the Northeast. Yo, nothing in the Northeast. Okay. So it says fast moving inventory, large pool of likely huge home buyers. Notice that the rates in the cities on the list, not especially sensitive to climbing. The mortgage rate or dips in the stock market. Both has the potential to depress the real estate market in the upcoming months. Okay, getting pre-approved for a mortgage helps you get closer to your dream home. What home buyers should expect. Home prices soared in 2021, large to the demand of the pandemic. Rock bottom mortgage rates. Help people buying a new home across the country, people looking for a new home. Yes. So this whole decade, real estate is going to be extremely hot, in my opinion. I think it's going to sustain. I think certain shit about the economy is going to sustain. I think mortgage stock companies that are stock based, like Rocket Mortgage, I think they're going to have a hot day when they raise interest rates again, whenever they do. So mortgage stocks, that's a good one. Mortgage stocks, banking. I think banking stocks can be able to benefit. Carver Financial. So I have Carver Financial stock, and that blew up like 100% one day last year. It blew up pretty big, and we went over that. We went over that last year. So okay, the gems for the market still has affordable homes according to the real estate experts. Add a practitioner. Okay, so let's look at Chicago. I meant to do that earlier, but let me put the link in the chat for everybody that wants to come in. So have you been to Chicago? Have you been to Chicago?
I have not. I've been through Chicago. I've met some dudes from Chicago in Vegas, but I've never been to Chicago.
Been there
I had to
twice.
lay over
Cold
there.
as shit.
Yeah.
Been there twice. Cold as shit.
Where
Cold as shit.
have an associate who's a real estate broker out there, but I haven't spoken to him in a while. I actually met him in my travels.
Okay, so let me pull this up.
Shit.
Yeah, man, that shit. I'm so used to California weather, man.
Well, everything is cold as shit to you, but I know Chicago is cold, so I ain't gonna front like.
Cause I don't see how people in New York, when it's 60, still have a T-shirt on.
Well, 60 is warm.
Hell no.
See, you like them, yeah, you California weather, so I ain't mad at
Hell
you.
no, man. Hell no. That's man. Okay, so let me pull this up. Okay.
Why they look like Florida shape?
Yeah, it do. Yeah, it do, because Miami has the same type of layout. Looking at a map.
It's crazy.
Hold on. Oak Park, Cicero, Hispanics B. Oak Lawn. Oak Lawn. There you go. It's West 67th Street. There you go.
That's only $180 though. That's actually not bad.
And only how I know this specific area, because there's one dude that he told me that in that area, people's getting those properties for $30,000.
Oh wow.
$40,000, maybe 60. And they're listing these motherfuckers for 180, 225. And this look very home ready.
Yeah.
Hardwood flooring, throughout plenty of windows that are provided natural light. The large extended family room meets up to the dining room, has 4-season room. They give you plenty of additional living space. Listed by Keller Williams. It's been on Redfin for 5 hours. Okay. It's 5,000
property chart.
total square foot on Redfin.
Okay.
So it's 1147
Redfin.
West 87th Street. So you can pull it up on Property Shark and look at a hard pull. I want to know what the investor got this property for, because he probably put around 60,000, 70,000 on its renovation to get it up to speed like this. Because a lot of Chicago properties in the same neighborhood is looking fucked up. But this looks well manicured right here.
Yeah, but look at that kitchen.
Kitchen needs to be updated. It needs a kitchen island.
Whoa, yeah, that's a renter special. That's something you might rent out. Kitchens and bathrooms.
Try to get that $800 per door inside the house per room. Oh, no. Okay, those are the floor plans. Okay. Still a sizable backyard. Huh. And so what's your opinion on that, man? We get it, try to get it for 140, 150, 130, 150 range.
I mean, I'm looking at the roof right now just from the pictures. Again, before you buy anything sight unseen, you at least get an inspection, because you want to make sure it is up to code, right? But from the looks of it, everything on board, yeah, you could still bust it down probably to 130.
And like you say, always try to negotiate as low as hell. 60,000 starting off. Then 80, 110. Final offer 10-day close of 125. But this neighborhood, these deals was going for 50. But like you said, that kitchen needs some modern updates. So let's look at the next deal.
Oh, that's a nice one. That's a 2-bed, 1-bath.
2-1.
Damn.
Wow. Yo, we're gonna beat this price down probably to 40. We gotta beat that price down to 40. But this neighborhood, I'm looking at my phone, a lot of the comps goes around to 170. So getting this thing for 40 That leaves a good wedge, a good spread in between. Attention investors and rehabbers, this is a classic Chicago style bungalow ready for your ideas. This property will need a complete gut rehab. Listing broker and seller make no guarantees to the accuracy of the property information. That's why we got to use Property Shark. Photographs and other information described herein. Buyer to purchase subject to all city violations, if any.
Oh, damn.
Property
Yeah,
sold as is, cash or hard money only. Yo, this is subject to all city violations, if any. So we need to get this. If somebody does get it, they need to get it for lower than 30, probably.
Mm-hmm.
They selling this shit
find
for
out
too
what's
high.
on it.
So this is in Chicago, Washington Heights. So they got a Washington Heights in New York. They got a Washington Heights in Chicago. So this is in the Washington Heights neighborhood. 2% broker commission. 2.25%.
Let's say buyers or brokers commission.
That just say broker's commission. The broker's brokerage commission. The buyer's broker's commission, pardon me. So yes, that's the buyer.
All right. Yes, either or. Because there's a buyer's agent and a broker's agent as well as a seller's agent. Not too much of a difference, just semantics on paperwork.
Because this is a little too expensive. You always gotta know when to fold them and know when to hang them up. I would hang them up on this one. Not for 90. Because the neighborhood goes for 175, mind you. So
and you're gonna have to do a gut rehab.
Yes.
So they understand they're listing that high. What's this one for $319?
So it's a nearby home.
Four beds, 2 baths. Yeah, see, these are turnkey ready. But these aren't properties that you want to look for. But if you're gonna look for properties, then you always want to check the top of the market, right? Or check you're checking comps. But instead of checking comps, check what's out there that hasn't sold yet. Right? Then you know what to kind of get some kind of a basis off of. Besides comparing that with the comps, obviously everybody's gonna be comparing with the comps, but also the goal is to break the comps. So when you completely renovate a property, that's why people will go all in on kitchens and bathrooms, because kitchens and bathrooms sell homes. So, you kind of want to look at that, and then you'll be able to kind of base your what you price the property at and what you're willing to purchase it. Because then you got to factor in holding costs, which obviously there will be because you're going to do a gut renovation. So you're looking at 12 months, right?
Wait a minute, let me scroll up. Hold on. So once again, 225, 245.
Okay, so they are a little lower. So yeah, this motherfucker trying to break the mold at 319.
He trying to break the mold. That's Paractamundo. He trying to break the mold. He trying to break the mold. Like That's why I said the other property that we showed, man, those deals was literally at 50, 60. That my guy told me. Now they're trying to push them up to 250, 310. That means if somebody had like 10 of these properties at 40,000, they're trying to make $2 million in gross profit and like probably net around 900,000, 900,000 or more.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the rental estimate. So that's the median rent is 1,100.
Okay.
So let me do my calculations. If you can rent it that way, I want to charge 500 per door. So how many doors is this? Let me scroll up. Okay. Let me see. Okay,
Damn.
that's the realtor, Tamika. Okay. 7 days on the market.
7 days. 4 bed.
That's 4
So that's
bed.
$2,000.
That's 2 times 12.
It's
It's
24.
24,000. The
And you've got
refi.
the living room, so that's actually 25.
Oh shit, we can do it like that. Okay,
I
so this
mean,
is
you can't, but people do it.
shit. As much as the highway can bear, man. We capitalists, man. We gotta push prices. We gotta push prices. Overestimating on renovation so we can profit at closing. We doing everything that we possibly can to make sure that when all else fails, you have a war chest, something built up, a big family room and a basement. So you doing basement as well?
That's illegal. I don't know the state. If the state's law allows it, it depends on the size of the basement. Because I know what they would do in New York is they would chop up the basement and room out the basement. I know a person who had 4 people living in their basement, and they built rooms. They just put up some drywall and slats and built off a wall. Put in some electrical sockets so they could have electricity and like a light, and then called it a day. And they was renting it for like $600 a month. But they got caught, and then they ended up having to.
Dude, that is.
Well,
Motherfucker
because
just
what
trying to make a
happened
buck.
is when you do stuff like that, you have to realize that you're going to end up dealing with people whom are unscrupulous, which is why they're not always unscrupulous. Let me not say it like that, but they're either in a really tough position or they're unscrupulous, right? And if either or, generally, if you're doing that, it's likely you're unscrupulous because you're leaving yourself too open to that threat or that liability, I should say. So, you got to realize people are going to do stuff like not pay the rent if they living in a basement in a room that you built for $600 a month, but they ain't got no other choice because they just came home from jail or whatever, right? So then they get fired from their job because, oh, you're a felon. Last one hired, first one fired. So now he's out of a job and can't pay you rent. So he's avoiding you. Now you're making a ruckus.
he threatens to beat up your boyfriend, and now you call the cops, and now the cops are like, well, why you got a person living here then? This threat wouldn't be happening. But, you got to look at those things.
Yeah, man, you got to factor all those unnecessary problems, man, because Jesus, you just climbed the whole entire mountain explaining that, man. You done showed who is gonna go for your listing, pretty much who is definitely not qualified. So this is beyond subprime. This is literally anybody that just shows up that's trying to rent out a basement, a shed. Because landlords in South Carolina, man, they're renting out sheds.
Damn.
They're renting out sheds for $400, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's harsh.
And they got like a big ass shed in the back, man. They got like a shed that is like look like a double wide trailer.
Damn, that's wild.
So
that is bananas.
So what area in New York that you want me to look at? What specifically?
Because
it's gonna be expensive as hell. I know that. That's for sure. $200,000 in New York is gonna be very cheap.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's gonna be. They're very cheap. 200,000, 300,000 is very cheap.
Yeah. Let's do. What is it? I can't remember the address. I think it's 694 East 98th Street in Brooklyn.
Okay, repeat that one more time.
I believe it's 694 East 98th Street.
694 East 78th?
98th.
98th Street. There you go. 98th Street. Brooklyn, New York, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Pull that up.
That should be Canarsie.
Okay.
Or is it 684? It might be 684, but I can't remember.
Well, it pulled up as a 694. Hold on, let me click on this and let me do that. Hold on. There we go. Okay.
It's crazy to look at properties in other places and then look at properties in New York. It is the concrete jungle. Damn.
Concrete jungle.
There's no greenery. Oh, there goes a tree. Oh, shit. See, that's the time they have these half and half houses.
Half and half. Gotcha.
Yeah, because those look like some big ass houses for like a single family. Obviously, they're multifamily, but they're also not just like this one you're clicking on. That's a 2-family, but that's one house, and the thing next to it is another.
Mm. Yeah, man. 'Cause I was
right?
thinking
So,
about, is there any way of expanding them to 8? No.
I mean, you could buy them both, and then that's a way, but it's difficult to have that opportunity.
Man, I need to see
And
how
the
much.
cost of that would be astronomical.
Let me see how much is in this area, man.
I mean, Canarsi's high sevens, between high sevens and a million.
Ah, damn.
That's renovated. So if you're looking for, you know, uh, you could probably get them from 5 to 6, uh, maybe 4 to 5, depending. Yeah, this one was 535, and that was going at
Oh.
1.9.
Hmm. Yeah, somebody's trying to cash out for real when it comes to this property deal.
Well, if you get a property for 500,000, it's a multifamily, and you're putting a lot of money into the renovation. So they might come up, 300,000, but then the deal in Detroit, you're probably only going to come up 50,000 after you put in renovation and carrying costs. And that's if you're lucky. Most of these properties don't sell as quick as you can get them. The quickest sell is when it's an investor special, because the investor has to put in all the time equity, and that costs
Mm-hmm.
money.
1.1. Jesus.
Oh yeah,
And
but the
foreign
last
investors,
sold me in front.
they come and buy, right? These foreign investors come up and buy, right? Because they don't know the
Yeah,
area like people that live in the area for so many years.
yeah, that's true.
'Cause somebody that's been in that area for like 20 years, man, they don't want to. Damn, man, 125% a year, percentage wise. So they got it in '07, in '05, '06. It was 350. So that means that person profited
11% a year.
11% a year, and he sold it for a profit of uh, what, $135,000
About, yeah.
from this to that. Then now they trying to sell it for 1.1.
Uh-huh.
Yo, New York is insane. New York price is insane because my man is trying to sell it for that price right there. What's the tax history, man? Property taxes.
Property taxes are fairly low for New York. Because you can take you could take 10,000 a year under Trump. You could take, I think used to be up to like 25 grand, but Trump did fuck that part up.
Well, that's because he had to make subsidiaries for all the development shits when it comes to opportunity zones, plus corporate tax cuts, and also the carryover when it comes to renovations. Because people can use $100,000 of renovation costs and write that off 4 years in a row.
He was trying to push the real estate market prices down in larger areas because people wouldn't want to pay those taxes. Or I'm sorry, people wouldn't want to lose out on those taxes. Pardon me.
1.2, 1.2. Jesus. Brownsville.
Brownsville, never ran, never will.
It is funny. $1.2 million.
I used
Let's
to
see how
walk
much.
past there every day.
Let's see how much did the previous buyer. You got something for 500,000 here.
And you can
Let's look
actually
at this.
get good rents for that.
What? Yo, what?
I didn't see that. What happened?
Damn. Look at this, man.
1986, 6,69,000. 30 years later, it's goddamn. What, there's like what 2,000% or some shit.
Yeah, it's in that range. So just imagine the person that had bought like 10 of these things. The real estate investor that bought 10 of them and just hold on to them for dear life.
Yeah.
Yeah, the profit consumption on that is insane because $60,000.
Yeah, but those properties are also expensive to hold.
The taxes, because let's scroll over
Fuck
back
just
to
the
the taxes.
taxes, but yeah, let's take a look at the taxes. But yeah, see, the annual taxes wasn't bad in 2010, but it creeped to 2014, 2015. They start getting into them double digits over the years. Well, that's not terrible. But again, you got to look at that as well as if you're holding it, then you're hoping to get decent rents and consistent renters, which people do. But I've found a lot of New Yorkers when they own their property and they're getting decent rents, especially if they've been getting them since like they purchased the property in the 80s. They don't even care to raise the rents on their tenants. They just are glad that they have the consistent rent and basically the tenant paid the mortgage because, you know, they basically did. But then you got to look at maintenance, repairs, things like boilers, things like, you know, and boilers go out all the time, sewage, garbage pickup, renovations, extermination, because New York, unfortunately, just the way that it's built, there's always issues with rodentia. What is true?
Yo, these prices like property, like apartment buildings, man.
What? Oh, for these 500,000, this is single family?
Yeah,
Are they
man.
calling
Like
it a
this could
two
be.
family?
Yeah, dog.
This has
Like,
got to
come
be
on,
a
man.
single family. It looks like a single family.
Why these properties look crammed up into the wall like that, man? They
It's
look like
probably someone who purchased the lot and put the properties. Well, somebody purchased the lot where the brick building is and crammed it on top of that property, which is why it looks crammed. But that's how New York houses are. They're row houses, similar to Baltimore
similar to Philly.
and Philly. Yes.
Yeah, because Compton, LA, does not have row houses like this, man. It's not like how this structure is. Because this looked like this house being pressed upon a cardboard box. Next to the
Problem
cardboard
is, one
box.
of them shits catch on fire, the whole block in trouble.
The whole block is in trouble. We didn't fucked up. But the building codes, man, in New York, y'all got to do something when it comes to that, man. Boss Adams got to figure out something when it comes to those buildings being all
Oh,
burnt up.
that's not going to change. I mean, they've updated it. Motherfuckers can't afford to renovate these properties.
But that's on the investor, man. He needs to overestimate his construction loans. Like I tell everybody else, what's the strategy? Because that's how I help everybody else that came through me when it comes to a 90% loan to value type lender, 10% down, 2% in points, 8% interest, 10% at its highest. Got to overestimate it just to be able to make sure you got enough of a war chest. Why does it look like Edenwald? This always reminds me of Edenwald.
Huh?
That looks like Edenwald to me. The one in Brownsville.
Oh, Park Place.
Okay. 5-2.
That's supposed to be Flatbush. They're calling this Ocean Hill Crowns Heights. Yeah, this ain't Brownsville. This is Flatbush Crown Heights. And I can see how they could say Crown Heights, but I say more Flatbush. Definitely in Ocean Hill. Anyway, that's semantics.
Okay, duplex over a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, first floor.
Also, they're calling this semi-turnkey. It was built in 2002, so it's only 20. Well, no, now, yeah, I'd say that changes. I've seen houses built in 2012 but 2002, that's a little old at this point. You have to have changed the roof by now at least once.
It's been on the market for 62 days.
Price listing $899. Resident estimate $873. And they have up there, what, $565?
Mm-hmm.
Crazy, right?
Mm-hmm. Because
That's a garbage return, because if you get it at $565, you're going to estimate 1 to 200 in renovations because you're renovating the exterior and the interior.
Damn.
Again, you also have to stay within certain codes and use certain materials. Certain materials are very expensive. And shit like places be wired up with gas, but they're attached to other buildings. So it's a lot of shit you can't fuck with. Oh no, they got it listed at $899.
$899. You need to get that thing lower, way lower. That's gonna be on the market for a while.
That doesn't matter in New York. Shit be on the market for years.
Then get
Usually
sold.
the average hold is about 4 years.
What?
How many motherfuckers you think got $1 million?
Shit, I thought it was like the same cycle of people that just buy the same shit.
No, people eventually, when they buy them shits, they want to offload them to the end buyer, right? A lot of the small hats are running around. A lot of, you know what I'm going to start calling them motherfuckers? Whoopi Goldbergs. A lot of them Whoopi Goldbergs running around and buying shit so that they can, have it sell to an end buyer eventually, right? So they can drive off in their fucking Audi and shit, right?
They got this shit listed for 1.2. Let me see how much they got it for.
What? Okay. Okay. My fault. I had to grab something to snack on, bro.
No problem, man. No problem. So it's very walkable. Okay. Bike rideable. Public facts. Climate risk. Okay. Okay, the market. 1.37 million. That's the median listing price. Days on the market, 113 days. So that means these motherfuckers is cashing out pretty big. 1.37 million median listing price, and the average days on the market would be 100 and 113. 210 listed properties in that area. See, if I'm gonna spend $1 million, let it be something that has double-digit beds.
It will.
I don't want to spend no 1.7. It just got a 3.4.
But those are all multifamilies.
Shit,
So
I don't
those
care,
are.
man. We trying to max out.
No, I get it, but everything in New York rents. The problem is people run into, again, stuff like Edenwald, where, rent ain't getting paid. Right? So then you fall behind. Because again, especially in New York, it's difficult to run up on people. And I don't mean that it's hard to bump into people at all. But it's very similar to California, certain parts. You can't just run up on people. You know what I mean? I don't know how better to explain it.
Be like, yo, man, I got this property. No,
not like that. But if you're a landlord, right, and someone hasn't been paying you rent, and you don't have, say, a property manager, it's very difficult and imposing to run up on people sometimes. If you just getting a check in the mail, and you're just an average Joe, people are intimidating in New York. Not that they may do anything, but they're intimidating, and the bravado may cause one, fall in terms of that.
Gotcha. Yeah, man, y'all New York is just something else, boy. Y'all New York is something else, man. Y'all is completely different, man. People on the West Coast, we do things a little differently. That's all I'm saying. We do things a little differently. Wow, so the property taxes here is lesser than the other deal. Because the other deal was $10,000 a year, and this one is $5,000.
Yeah.
Why
is that? Property taxes is also beating up shit now.
Cause that Ocean Hill that they said, that Crown Heights that they was talking about, that was $10,000 a year in property tax. This range is around $5,500 in property tax.
All right.
So that's the year over year.
That's still winnable.
In 2010, it was $540. What?
But see, that's when people weren't really holding on to the property.
540.
And if they were, it was for family needs. But then granddad dies, and then nobody wants to keep the house. Mm-hmm. Because then you also got to look at things like when you get a property and you know it's going to sit, how much does winterizing cost? Because winterizing is a very important thing in certain places. You ain't got to worry about that in Arizona. You likely don't have to worry about that in Texas. You sure ain't got to worry about it in certain parts of California. But
unless you're in the Bay Area.
Yeah. Oh, you know. But I digress. But listen, man, I'm about to hop off. Go get me some grub. Fry me up some ramen noodles or something.
All right, no problem. Now, before you leave, let's do one more property before you leave.
Okay.
One more. This is in Bronx County.
Yeah, the Bronx is a lot cheaper than Brooklyn. But it's location. Nobody really wants to be in the Bronx because it's not proximity-wise that close to the city or proximity-wise that close to anything that anybody wants to do. Not saying that there's anything wrong with the Bronx. It's just not the borough to go to. It's a distance.
Okay, what you think about this?
That's a single family?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Because this
3
should
bed,
be
2
5
bath, unless it's a 2-over-1. Yeah, it's a single family.
Yo, and people in New York just sell their properties and they go elsewhere in the state and make they shit high. It took $1.2 million in real estate property proceeds and just dipped.
Yeah, this must be a nicer area of the Bronx. Well, this is obviously a nicer area of the Bronx.
Look at this shit, man. This shit is nice.
You could get something much nicer in Long Island for that same price.
Okay. Didn't know. Okay.
And Long Island is more of everyday America, but Long Island is its own form of New York that's different from New York City.
Pelham Gardens.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
But yo, man, I'm gonna let you get to what you need to do, man. I just want you to give me a perspective on that one.
All right, bro.
All right, for sure, man.
I'll holler.
Peace. Yo, Triz.
What's going on?
Yeah, my bad, man. I didn't know you was back there.
That's all good. I was just listening.
I didn't know you was back there though. But which market you trying to look at now, man?
Well,
I got time.
I mean, I'm still kind of in Seattle right now, you know, and I'm still working on, you know, I'm about to start my own renovation project on one of my units. I had some contractors come by today, and we did a walkthrough of one of my units, and hopefully we'll start renovations here soon within the next week or so. I was, you know, I'm in Seattle, obviously, like actually in Seattle. If I was in Tacoma, it might be a little bit different, but actually in Seattle, demographic wise, there's not a lot of black people here. And so I specifically sought out black contractors, which is no easy task to find it's no easy task to find a competent and professional contractor, regardless of ethnicity. But then you compound that difficulty with seeking out Black contractors here in Seattle when Blacks only represent, 6% of the population, half of that being ADOS. So I did find some Black contractors. One, actually, I found two.
Okay.
And the one I went with just seemed more in tune to what's going on. So there's one that kind of like, I guess she's kind of like a go-between and kind of like general contracts and kind of quarterbacks. But I wouldn't even say quarterback, I'll say more coaches from the sidelines. But this individual actually quarterback, so he's on the field with the rest of his team. So I think that's a little bit better. So when I have an issue, I'm able to talk to somebody who actually who's actually competent. So anyways, that's what I got going on out here. Hopefully I get that done. I'm trying to the difficult thing right now with renovations. So when you actually look at properties and you're looking at some type of investment strategy, obviously the deals to be had are going to be in investor specials.
Exactly.
These are going to be properties where there's going to be some sweat equity involved to get it to where you want it to be. And not only is there a cost involved with it, not only is there a time frame involved with it. So you got two factors: the money, holding costs, and then you have to actually factor in the amount of time necessary to get the renovations done, right? And that there is no set in stone for that, because contractors, you may have to fire a contract in the middle of the project and go with a different contract. I mean, there's just so many things that can come up, right?
Yeah, you got to do a swap.
You got that money, you got the time, and the big thing about the money is that it changes from day to day. So a lot of contractors, it's very hard to find a contractor that will give you a finite price, because there's going to be things in that actual project where contractors going to be like, well, this can range between X and A to B, because the rising cost of goods and services, as well as the availability. So you may factor in, okay, I'm going to get standard white shaker cabinetry, and I'm going to get standard door pulls, blah blah blah. And so now when you begin the project and you order the kitchen cabinetry, then you get word from the manufacturer or the distributor that, hey, this is out of stock and it's going to take X amount of time to get it in. So now you got to look at, okay, do I need to switch to a more expensive product because this is going to put me out of my time frame? I'm going to have to pay an additional amount of mortgage without tenants or without being able to sell the property. So it's a very, very, and that goes to the third factor, just the hassle. It's just a hassle getting renovations done. It's a big hassle. You're dealing with contractors. They constantly, oh, this is wrong, that's wrong. We can't get this in. We can't get that in. Oh, we found something when we tore up this wall. It just constant. And I've dealt with it with 2 units already. And I had on my other house, I had an issue with termites in the previous house when I was in Houston, and so I had to deal with contractors with that. So I mean, just contractors in general. They're hard to find, and they have their own issues to deal with supply chain right now. And then of course, they're managing staff. So you got staff that call in sick. You got staff that may show up drunk one day. All kind of stuff going on. So when you're looking at these renovation projects, it's just a lot of things that you got to factor in. And for me, I'm trying to stay under budget. So I'm trying to come in, hopefully. So what I told the contractors is that I want to be under 20,000, but I'm factoring in an additional 5,000 for incidentals.
Okay.
Right. So they're gonna aim for 20,000. That's what I told them, and then and so they're saying, yeah, we can do 20,000, but stuff comes up, so you have to set aside some additional capital just in case.
Well,
Right.
that's where you overestimate the budget. Like, say if you said 25, you added 5. You go to your construction guy or your construction loan lender and tell him that you need 40. You need
Well, see, I
45.
don't see. I'm paying out of pocket.
Oh,
All
okay.
of my renovations have been out of pocket. I don't. I'm not doing any loans whatsoever.
Gotcha.
Because see, when you do a construction loans have significantly higher interest rates.
Yes, they
Because
do.
you're
They have
dealing
8%.
Yeah, because of volatility. This is a volatile, because anything could happen, right? Anything could happen. People think real estate is guaranteed. It's not.
No.
It's really not.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many cases of people who have got head over heels in debt, dealing with real estate. Like you can see, you see evidence when you look through the MLS. You see properties for sale, and you could tell that it was abandoned mid-project.
Yep.
And you can see they've done the demo. They might have done a little bit of electrical work, but then that's it. You got to come in. You got to assess the situation and figure, okay, what has been done, what needs to be done, and then what do I want to do. So when I say what's been done and what needs to be done are things like, well, there's a roof that needs to be fixed, or there's issue with electrical, there's issue with plumbing. Those are needs. Well, then wants are, okay, what are my finishes going to be? And that kind of depends on what your needs are, because if you have to replace a roof or you have to do a foundation repair, that's going to eat into your budget, and that's going to cut back on the amount of money that you can spend on finishing touches in order to stay in budget. So that's kind of where we're at. So luckily, I believe there's not going to be a whole lot of needs in this particular unit. So we just kind of and so then also what you want to do is have the ability to scale up or scale back in certain things, right? So you may have some ambitious endeavors, and then you can say, okay, well, I can scale back on this, I can scale back on that. Like, for instance, my last renovation, I wanted to replace the windows, right? And so in order to stay within cost, right, because I wanted to build a structure in the back, so I built a small gym in the back, a personal gym, right? And so in order to make budget on that, I scaled back on the amount of windows I replaced. So now with the windows, I replaced like the 2 main windows that really needed to be replaced. The other windows I replaced at my leisure, and that's my way of scaling back. There's a significant cost savings by scaling back on window replacements, and that freed up capital for other areas that need to be renovated. So I would say give yourself that latitude. Matter of fact, since you're on redfin.com, look up, let me see what I think it's 536.
Yo, give me one moment. I got to do something really quick. I'll be right back.
All right, gotcha.
Okay, my apologies. My bad on that one. So, did you put the address in the back chat or something? No.
Oh, hold on. Let me show you. Let me go.
Or you want me to share your screen?
No, we go to the back chat.
All right, for sure. No problem. No problem.
Let's see. We go to 538 South Cloverdale.
Okay. So copy and paste that shit. Okay, for sure. Make that into full screen.
And you may have to modify your filters to allow houses that have been sold to actually populate. Okay, there's 538 South Cloverdale right there.
All right, for
Click
sure.
on
Bingo.
Click on that one.
Okay.
Okay, so now this house is actually next door to me, and so I have some personal experience with this particular home. Now, this particular house, right? It sold on March 12th, 2021, for $490,000. And so this Redfin estimate is based on the condition of the house at the time of its sale. This house has been significantly, I'm talking about down to the studs, including foundation work. So everything. They literally took this house down to the skeleton. They took off all the siding. Like this house was literally down to its skeleton. That's how much renovation they had to do for this house. And what makes it interesting is that, on this entire street, all of the actual purchases of homes have been to completely tear down and bulldoze the house in order to build townhomes, right? To maximize the lot restrictions. In Seattle, they're allowing for essentially row houses, right? But they're doing the row houses laterally. So instead of all of the doors facing the primary street, the houses are facing sideways with a small driveway. And so they're side to side. And so with this particular house, they did it. They actually renovated. I talked to the guy that actually did the renovation, right? And so he's like an independent, small, independent contractor. And so what he wanted to do was tear down the house and build townhomes, but because of the exorbitant cost involved, again, that's when we talk about holding costs. Because in order to do that, you're going to have to get permits. Permits take a long time, especially during COVID. And all those permits to actually tear down, bulldoze the house, then get the actual the plans approved for whatever, multifamily or townhome style dwellings that you plan to put on the property, feasibility studies, the environmental, because of this area. There has to be an environmentalist that comes down to ensure that the property is not sitting on wetlands and that they have to preserve whatever for the ecology of this particular area. So all of that takes a long time. So just permits can take 2 years before you even start construction. So he told me that it was a lot more cost effective to just renovate. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what he did. So he basically tore down. Is that the picture right there?
Yes, sir.
On that. Oh no, that's not it. I thought that was the renovated picture. No, the renovated, it looks different. So anyways, that's not renovated. So anyways, so there's been significant improvement on the actual property itself. I say that he's probably added at least $200,000 in value just in renovations because it's completely renovated from the inside out. And so that's one of the things that you have to consider is that, okay, if I want to do an actual tear down, because in this area, the land is very valuable. So you want to maximize that by putting as many units as you possibly can. So on this particular lot, scroll down. Let's see what size this lot is. I don't know if it's 5,000 or 6,000 square feet. Or maybe it's 4,500 square feet. I'm not sure. Let's see.
So let me hurry up and scroll this one down. Okay.
Scroll down.
So I'm looking at the zoning.
4,500 square foot. There we go. So in the 4,500 square foot property, he could have put 6 units. He could have put 6 units on that property, but unfortunately, because of the actual time frame and holding cost involved with trying to get it with 6 units, he went ahead and just did a renovation. So that's something to think about as well. And as you see, the house is very small. It's only 1,280 square foot. $535,000. And now this is in the suburbs of Seattle. It's still in the city of Seattle, but this is the Seattle suburbs as opposed to being like deep in the inner city. Seattle's not that big, but still. So after looking at that property, let's go back and look at a property. Look up 8602 10th Avenue.
Wait a minute.
8602 10th Avenue.
86602?
8602. No, 16.
Oh. Damn, I've been drinking too much, man. 8. Yo, copy and paste that in the back chat, man.
You had it right. 8602.
8602.
10th Avenue South.
10th Avenue.
Right there. Seattle, Washington. That one right there.
Artificial. There we go.
Click on that one. And the reason why this particular, well, hold on, let me see. Let me make sure this is the right property. 8602 10th Avenue South. Okay. So the reason why this property is significant, I'm gonna tell you why this property is significant. Now, the previous property we just looked at was on a street called Cloverdale. Believe it or not, click on a view so we can see all the photos, because it's not showing the actual photo of the property itself.
Damn. Should be working slow.
Or you want me to share my screen?
Yeah. I don't know. This shit blacked out on me.
Let me share my screen.
Let me do that. All right, for sure.
Okay. Am I showing up now?
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna look up this particular property again. A6. Hold up for a second. $8602 10th Avenue South. Okay, so here we are right here. Okay, so, well, here we go. We got the street view. Let's look at this. Okay. So on this particular property, the reason why this property is so significant is because I actually looked at this property with a real estate agent. So before I bought the property I have now, I actually looked at this property. This property was last sold in 2015 for $165,000. This property is in very, very poor condition. These pictures, I mean, these, as bad as these pictures look, considering how it looks in person, the photography should be paid $1 million an hour for what they did to make this property even look halfway even purchasable. This property needs extensive foundation work, roof, siding, plumbing, electrical, everything. It needs pest control. This property is overrun with rats, rodentia, as so eloquently stated by the previous guest on the panel. This property is overrun with rodentia, to include rats, mice, and squirrels. Squirrels eating through the wires. So with this particular property, as you can see, let me click on this this picture right. I'm gonna see if I can get an actual street view. Okay, here's the street view. Okay, so what we're looking at the property while we're standing on 10th Avenue. But as we go left, okay, so now this particular street where you see this red vehicle and this white truck, that's Cloverdale. This is the street that I'm on. This is the street that the previous property that we looked at was on. So what makes this property unique is that because it's situated on this corner, Cloverdale itself being a busier street, it's a small street, but it's still there's still a lot of traffic that runs up and down the street. But it's also on 10th Avenue, 10th Avenue being a lot quieter, right? So when looking at this particular property, there's lots of potential in this, because what you could do is you have the ability right here to actually put trees. Right where this white truck is, where you see my mouse cursor, you can actually plant some trees there, right? And what the trees would do, or even bushes, you can actually put trees and then bushes in between the trees. What you could do is you could block the view of all the traffic going back and forth on that major street, right? And then on this property right here, on the actual property itself, you can put additional bushes, trees, or brick wall to further mitigate sound coming from the major street, as well as give kind of an enclave. So that way the people that actually reside on the property don't feel like they're on the major street until they actually come out and actually enter the major street. So you're in proximity to the major street, but you can kind of actually put a barrier between you and that major street. You're not able to do this to the same extent on properties that are actually on Cloverdale without having an actual corner, because you could put egress to and from the property, egress and ingress from the property could actually occur on 10th Avenue, as opposed to opening up directly onto Cloverdale. So all the doors could actually face this way, no problem. And you have that barrier there. So you really have a lot of potential in this particular property. But again, this is a property that's going to have a lot of holding costs involved with it, because it's going to be a complete teardown. I mean, you could technically renovate it, but then you're not maximizing the potential of a corner lot by only having 2 units, because this is a duplex, right? So I'm gonna go on now. And so
I'm gonna go on mute. I gotta do something really quick. So keep on demonstrating market research.
Gotcha. So this particular property itself is 1,640 square foot. Each unit being a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. And the 2-bedroom, 1 baths, pretty standard size for a 2-bedroom, being around 800 square feet. Anything beyond 800 square foot is great. So this is a decent size, and plus you have the ability to have the yard. So I mean, as it is, it's a nice property. On paper, obviously there needs to be a lot of renovations to get it up to standard. But to really maximize this, you would try to build as many units as possible. Let's look at the size of the lot. The lot, I believe, is 6,000 square foot. Let me just double check. Here we go, 6,000 square foot lot. So the lot itself is 6,000 square foot. So on a 6,000 square foot lot, you can build 7 units. That really, you can really maximize. And so with real estate, ground up construction, the sweet spot, the magic number is 6 units. So anything below 6 units, the reason why it's hard to do that is because of the actual construction cost. But economies of scale allows you to build 6 units or greater at practically the same cost as 5 units. So the cost, let me say it again. The cost savings of that the 6th unit makes it irrational to build only 5 if you're going to build from the ground up. So with a 6-unit construction or greater, your cost can be anywhere, depending on fit and finish, could be anywhere between $150,000 to $200,000 per unit. So if you have this particular property here that will probably sell for about 500, as you can see the Redfin estimate. Redfin estimates, I think, are pretty accurate. Sometimes they're on the low side, but I've never seen a Redfin estimate overshot, at least not in the Seattle area. And so you can buy the property for, let's say you buy the property for $580,000. You build 7 units. So we'll say 7 units times, and we'll say your cost per unit is going to be, we're going to split hairs, $185,000 per unit. Ground up construction, right? We're going to factor in an additional, we'll say $50K for demolition, feasibility studies, your environmental studies, your permitting and holding costs, an additional $50K. So that puts you at $1.345 million in total cost, right? Add in the actual purchase price of the property. We'll just say $580K. It's going to put you at $1.925 million. So we have that $1.925 million all in costs. Let's keep that in mind for $1.925 million. And so we're going to say you'll be able to sell the units for, once completely done, you can sell the units for, say, $480K per.
Okay.
So $480K times 6, $2.88 million. I said it again, $2.88 million. So you're making about $900,000 in profit if you buy this and tear it down, build 6 units on it. That's only with 6 units. 7 units, you're gonna make a little bit more, right? So that's where the value is. But again, that $1.925 million is nothing to sneeze at. So you have to have that money up front, or at least a good portion of that money up front, because you're going to be looking at construction loans, significantly higher interest rate on construction loans. The terms are just different. The actual monthly costs of a construction loan are higher because the terms are shorter. And so this is what I'm saying, though. But this is where this is where the big boys play at. When you start talking about these extensive projects like this, but the profit is there, the money is there. So if you're talking about a $900,000 profit, right? If you divide that, let's just say this project takes from beginning to completion, we'll say 3 years.
Okay.
925, that's $300,000 per year. I mean, that's a good salary to do that, right?
Yeah, man.
And
what else you
doing? Is providing the capital, right? Because you're not doing the work yourself. You're going there to supervise and oversee the work being done, but you're not actually doing the groundwork yourself. It's really a monetary investment. It's a capital investment, right? It requires some oversight, yes. It's not completely hands-off. It's not passive income, but the money is there. Now we're going to look at one last property.
Okay.
Let me go to this property here. It's going to be my other neighbor on the other side. So I showed you my neighbor that would be on the west side of my property. Now we're going to show you my neighbor to the east. That's going to be 538 South Cloverdale Street. Okay. Wait a minute. Not 538. That's the one I just showed you. Sorry. It's going to be 5. Oh, here we go. 546. I'm sorry. 546. 546 South Cloverdale Street. Okay. So this particular property, again, my hats go off to the photographer that was able to make this property look halfway presentable. But trust me, when you see this property, I don't know, these pictures must have been from years ago. Actually, yeah, these pictures are from years ago because there's no lawn. I don't know how these pictures must have been from maybe a good 10 years ago because there is no lawn, right? It's all dirt because they parked the vehicles on the grass. But anyways, this house is literally falling apart. Literally. And this is the price that it sold for. $550,000 for a tear down. You have to tear this house down. It's literally falling apart. What they were doing was there were people living there. I don't know how they were living in this house, but there were people living inside this house. And what they were doing was they were allowing homeless people to set up tents and park vans on their property. So this entire house, there's probably about, I would say, maybe 30 or so homeless people that were living on the property. Not inside the house, but actually living on the property, about maybe 30 homeless people. So this house was in total disarray. It sold for $550,000 for, again, speaking with the actual contractors that came by. Or actually not the contractors, the actual investors. So the investor came by. They look to be Chinese nationals, Chinese national investors. So this is quite common here in the Pacific Northwest to deal with a lot of Chinese nationals. So I talked to a Chinese national investor, and what he was doing was a feasibility study, and his plan was again to put 6 units on his property. Looking at the actual square footage, I believe this is a 6,000 square foot lot too. Let me scroll down. 6,000 square foot lot. So they're looking to put 6 units at least on the actual property. They're going to be doing a feasibility study. I think they already did the feasibility study. So again, we're looking at this property itself very similar to the previous property. You're going to be looking at about a $900,000 profit. $900,000 profit on this particular property, because you're going to tear down the property. It's probably going to cost you about $50,000 in holding costs, feasibility study, environmental study. They've already done a survey. The survey is probably about $2,000 for the survey. Compute that in there.
Okay.
And then the actual construction cost per unit is probably going to be about $180,000. Right. Mm-hmm. So, and then minus, and then add on the amount of money that you actually pay for the property, and then you take that and then you sell each individual unit, for about $480,000, maybe $500,000, maybe $550,000. Because some of these units actually on this street are going for $550,000.
Okay.
But depending on the actual size of the unit. So these units, they're going to be townhome style units, and these units typically range anywhere between 1,100 and 1,250 square feet units. They're 3-story units that they're building in this area. They all have pretty much the same layout. First floor is the garage. Second floor is the kitchen area. Then, living area. And then on the third floor, you got 2 bedrooms. Now, the ones across the street from me, they built 16 townhomes across the street. These are going to be larger townhomes. They're 3 stories, but every level is living area with the addition of a rooftop deck. So those are going to go for significantly more. So
that's a nice build out.
Excuse me?
That's a nice build out. That's a nice build out.
But the problem is that they don't have garages, so you're going to be appealing to a different demographic. Some people want garages, right? You know, some people don't. But no, as this area cleans up, right? As long as there's on premises parking, that's okay. Not having a garage, because the area is going through a significant gentrification and change, so you don't have the crime element that you had previously. So you're not worried about having your car parked outside. Because right now there's a guy on my street. He has a Maserati. He parks his Maserati on the street. No problem. Nobody's messed with his car. You know, a couple years ago he wouldn't be able to do that. And so, I mean, you know, it's really, you know, each market, you have to have a specific plan of attack for each individual sub-market. It's very sub-market specific, not just market. You can't say Seattle. You can't say Long Island. You can't say Staten Island. You can't say Dallas. You have to say sub-market. Like, for instance, this is South Park. Even though the address says Seattle, for people that live in Seattle, this area is considered South Park because we go by neighborhoods. Right? There's South Park, there's Squire Park, there's Hyde Park, there's Normandy Park. There's lots of parks, right? And each park has a corresponding neighborhood that encircles it. And so, you know, based on the area that you're in, there's going to be a different investment strategy because each neighborhood comes at a different price point. So you have to evaluate at the specific price point and how the city allows that specific sub-market neighborhood to be zoned is going to determine not only your build out, are you going to do a renovation, or are you going to do a tear down and build new construction, right? So based on that, you base that strategy on a specific sub-market, because for this particular area, it allows for multiple units to be built on the property. So in order to maximize profit, you build more units, right? More profit, better economies of scale. So it adds to your bottom line. But like some areas, you know, they don't allow you to build multiple units. They may allow you to build an ADU. So that's only one additional unit. So then you have to look at your other strategy. Say, okay, well, if I have a house with a basement, I can have the primary living area on the first floor, a unit in the basement, and then build an ADU. So now I got 3 units. That's the most that you can do in some areas. Right? Okay. So based on that, you got to look at the purchase price and say, okay, based on the amount of money I'm going to buy this property for and what I plan to do, what is my profit versus my risk? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It makes sense.
These units have a higher amount of yield potentially, but there's higher risk involved because now you have to do 6 transactions instead of 1. Right? You're selling 6 units. You're not just selling 1 unit once you fix it and flip it. So 6 different transactions, 6 different individual buyers. Luckily, Seattle real estate market is very hot, very low inventory, very high demand. So you're going to sell your units, but I mean, it's still a hassle. So.
Yeah, man, because all this is just to really display how to get a good entry price, what's the scenarios of the market, how the market operates, what's the players in the markets, because really what the player in the market really controls the market, man, because if they're willing to have it where they're okay not having a garage, then cool. That's even great, because a lot of times, you know, a lot of people say, I love the property, it just needs a garage. A lot of times the garage is the breaker.
Yeah, a lot of times the garage is the breaker. And then you got to look at, you know, where's the transition point? Because in this particular area, a garage is not necessary, because this is considered in the city. It's not one of the considered the quiet neighborhoods. So you're going to see higher property densities, and people parking on the street. No, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Now, as you go like further into the city, right? You know, you're really not going to be able to find a garage. You're lucky to find a garage. I mean, like if you buy like a house, right? But a house, the land is so valuable. You start talking about houses starting at $1 million, 1.5 million, for a house, right? That's a small house, but because the land is so valuable, that's how much the houses are going for. So most people are going to be relegated to buying something that's like a townhouse style, because that's going to be in the price range, right? And so also as you go as you go deep, like downtown area, obviously, that's when you start dealing with the big boys, right? You're talking about people that got 400 unit complexes, high rises, right? And so there's no competing with that, right? It's just not going to happen. So you kind of in the big city, you kind of deal with the suburban areas of the city. The inner city areas, it's a lot more. The cost of entry is a lot higher because I mean, who has 80 million to buy an entire building just to get started? That's on the low end. Some of these buildings are a lot more. Like I actually know a girl whose dad, does these big projects, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you talk about some of these big buildings in these, downtown areas, some of these major cities, man, some of these buildings, you're talking like $800 million buildings. Some of these buildings. And this is what you're competing with because see what these big players do is, they have so much capital. Their strategy is a lot longer term, right? So they're talking about a company. So the company itself, the strategy of the investment strategy for companies are like 300, 400 year investment strategy, right? So they don't have to make a profit in the next 10 years like the individual buyer does. So with them, they can buy a big unit and then they can offer incentives like, oh, first 2 months free.
Concessions.
We'll pay for your move and we'll provide them with like especially if you have that's why economies of scale is so important, right? So if you have a 400, let's say you have two 400 unit complexes, right? So you're talking about 800 units, right? Your actual turnaround is going to be so high, it makes sense to have a moving company, right? So now you own the moving company, so now you can provide the moving service for your tenants. They don't got to look for a mover. You provide the moving.
You're playing Monopoly. You're playing Monopoly at that point.
But economies of scale allows you to do that. You have your own moving company. You might even have furniture rental, right? Because you have a big swath of property. So then what you do is somewhere on the premises, like say you got a big property, right? With these bigger properties, you have square footage within the building that's interior and it doesn't have windows, right? So that's not suitable to actually to put a unit because there's no outside windows, right? So what you do is you use that area for storage. That's where you can put like an actual gym. You can put like a rec room in those areas. So you repurpose those dead spaces in the center of the actual building that doesn't have any outside facing windows, right? And so you got a big dead space. You can have storage. And then what you do is you put furniture storage in there. So now you have enough furniture for maybe 50 units, right? Okay. So when people come in, you can rent them furniture, or you can offer furnished units. So say for instance, somebody says, "I'm looking for a furnished unit." You say, "Hey," or you could just say, "Hey." You can do a dual listing. So say you have a unit. Let's say you have a unit 1235, right? You have unit 1235 is vacant, right? So you go to apartments.com. You list the unit as a unit, and you list the rent for, let's say you list the rent for $2,000 a month, right? Then you go on apartments.com, you make another listing for the same unit. But this time you're listing the unit for $3,000. Why are you listing for $3,000? Because it's a furnished unit. Now the unit itself is completely empty, but you have the furniture and storage. So based on the tenant that applies, you can actually quickly transition that unit from being a conventional empty apartment to a furnished unit based on the tenant applicant. That's what economies of scale allows. So that's the point that I'm hoping to get to, at least get to that point. I don't plan on get to the point where I have my own moving company, but I would like to at some point, that's my investment strategy, is to It's a buy and hold, build equity, collect rent to assist with the the monthly carrying costs, right?
Okay.
And then at some point sell the property when sufficient equity has been accumulated in the property. Then take said equity, go to a less expensive sub market, and then purchase multiple units in that less expensive sub market that allows for economies of scale. And then if I have at least, let's say if I can get, maybe 15 units or more, right? Then at that point, it'll make sense to have a storage area and have maybe furniture for maybe about 2 or 3 units, right?
Okay.
And so based on the tenant applicant, I can, offer a furnished unit or an unfurnished unit, or even transition to an Airbnb setup, depending on what the market asks for, right? Because the market is dynamic. So if you have furniture in storage, you can kind of move ebb and flow with the fluctuations in the market. Because maybe in the summertime there's a higher demand for Airbnbs. So as a unit becomes vacant, don't rent it during the summer. But we're gonna go Airbnb route, maximize our profit potential, and lower our risk, right? Or lower our liability. I'd say that lower our liability. So, anyways, that's my spiel.
Yeah, man, that's a smart way of playing Monopoly, like in actual practice, because that's what you're doing, is playing Monopoly, because you're investing in all factions of real estate investment with the moving company, your own property management company, so you can collect that 6% in-house and also branch off as well. Any type of clients or any type of partnerships, affiliations, people that you come across, you can work your property management company, set up a scenario of, hey, I got this moving company. Boom. Whatever you do, you just make sure that everything is managed. Make sure that you have your auditing tools as well when it comes to the bookkeeping. And really, I'm not going to say it's smooth sailing, but it should be a standard type of protocol. Because I'm not against none of what you said at all, because I'm not the person that gives pushback just to give pushback. That doesn't make sense. Because when it comes to strategy, it's all about effective, lucid type of thinking, open, clear-minded type of opportunistic investment, value add type of strategies. With the market research that you did, you pretty much know it forwards and backwards. You're not coming in like, say, me, where I'm trying to get it at the lowest price possible just to save my ass of scenarios of holding costs, points on the loan, interest rate on the loan. When it comes to the Seattle market, is there any properties that you would say range around 100,000? No neighborhoods that's around 100,000 or less that don't exist anymore when it comes to Seattle? Because I try to get something around 110 or lower. If the neighborhood is 350.
There are no the actual median home price in Seattle right now is it's close to 800,000. That's the median. The median home price is close to 800,000. There are no homes. Forget Seattle. There are no homes in the Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma metropolitan area, greater metropolitan area. There are no homes in the greater metropolitan area that could be had for that price. Not under 100, not under $200,000. As you get further into the outskirts of the greater metropolitan area, like maybe some area like I would say like maybe Ording or something like that, Carbonado. These are very rural areas on the outskirts of the greater metropolitan area. You may be able to find houses like in the maybe the 250 range, fixer-uppers, 250 range. But this is very far from Seattle. So this is you're talking an hour plus drive just to get to Seattle. So if you want to be in Seattle, like in the actual city of Seattle, you're probably going to be paying $400,000 plus, and that's for a fixer. $400,000 to a fixer, you know, an investor special, handyman special, as they call them in Seattle. $400,000 is going to get you in there to get a house that you can actually move into. That's actually like move-in ready. You're going to be in probably White Center, or actually that White Center is not really considered Seattle. So I would say in Seattle, your neighborhood of choice would probably be South Park, the neighborhood I'm in. Probably the cheapest neighborhood in Seattle. And the reason why it's the cheapest is because of the actual crime statistics in this particular area. No, there's been a substantial overhaul and gentrification of that areas, other areas, so you don't really see the crime like that anymore. You know, everybody still has that sour taste in their mouth from, you know, years ago. Now, remember, Seattle crime is not like other crimes. So, you know, a murder is a big deal. So you may get, you know, a murder, you know, maybe a murder like once a month. You know, that's a big deal. You know, as opposed to some areas, they're getting murders every day. So,
yeah, like Cincinnati.
It's all relative. Cincinnati, Memphis, Philadelphia, you know, those areas are just wild, you know, wild west. But this area is not that bad for crime. But to the Seattle population, this area is crime. You know, they're scared of this area. So that's why you have the cheap property values. But I mean, again, you saw the prices. I just showed you fixer uppers. They're selling for $550. Actually, no, I showed you. No, what I showed you were tear downs that are selling for $550. These need to be torn down. $550. That's the cost of entry if you want to be in Seattle. Now, if you don't mind being in Burien, or you want to be, Burien is like a neighboring city, like right next to Seattle. Burien, maybe Tukwila, which is where the mall is. The South Center Mall is in Tukwila. You have SeaTac. You have Linwood, Shoreline. Bellevue is not considered. Bellevue is an entirely different market and submarket. Bellevue is very expensive. It's more expensive than Seattle in a lot of cases. Now, obviously, there's areas that are in Seattle that the most expensive neighborhoods are going to be in Seattle, right? But overall, Bellevue doesn't have the wide range. Like Seattle has super expensive areas, and then they have, you know, for the area, what they would consider like South Park, $550 is considered cheap for Seattle, right? But in Bellevue, you can't get a home for $550. Period. The cheapest home you're going to get in Bellevue is probably going to be like maybe $800,000. That's on the low end.
So that means the neighborhood can easily go to 1.4, 1.5 easily.
Oh, the neighborhood can go like, there's homes in Bellevue for like, you know, 10 million, depending on where you're at. If you're on the water in Bellevue, forget it, sky's the limit, you know, because remember, Bellevue has waterfront property, as well as Mercer Island has waterfront property, and then there's waterfront property in Seattle, waterfront property in Des Moines, waterfront property in Everett. Because this area is surrounded by water, there's lots of waterfront property. So you have these waterfront properties really, really, really drive up property values. And then there's lots of terrain features, lots of hills. So maybe you don't have a waterfront property, but you're on a hill and you can have a waterfront view. Like I looked at a property before I purchased this property that had a waterfront view. Because it was on a hill, it wasn't waterfront, but because it was on a hill, there was a water view. And so that property, it commanded a premium because of the actual water view, even though that property was like on the very, very outskirts of Seattle. Like the last street that's still considered Seattle, that's where that house was. But because of that water view, it commanded a property value premium. So I think that's like where you got to kind of look at things. Is that there's a big barrier to entry in Seattle. So that kind of prevents people from it's going to be very difficult to move from Cleveland to Seattle because you're not used to the property prices being the way they are. So let's say you had a house in Cleveland, right? And you're like, I sold my house in Cleveland. I'm ready to go buy. I got a job offer in Seattle. I'm going to take the equity I got from my house in Cleveland and buy a house in Seattle. Then you get to Seattle and you realize that the equity from your paid off house in Cleveland is not even enough for a down payment in Seattle.
No.
Ditto for Los Angeles. Ditto for San Francisco. Ditto for Washington, D.C. Ditto for Miami, Florida. Like, I mean, there's some markets. Ditto for certain parts of Chicago. You know, the nice parts of Chicago. Nice parts of Chicago is nothing to sneeze at. Plus, you got to deal with all the state and municipal tax. I mean, there's a lot of taxes in Chicago. That's crazy taxes. So, I mean, it just, you know, at least Seattle has low property taxes comparatively. Like to say Houston. Okay. Houston property taxes are probably about double than of what Seattle is. So there's that. But yeah, you got to have a different investment strategy here. Like a lot of times when you buy properties, even multi-unit properties are not going to cash flow. Let me say that again. Buying multi-unit properties in Seattle is not a guarantee of a cash flow unless you're getting like an outstanding you know, the deal of the century where you found, you know, something that went to probate court and you're able to snatch up, you know, a property in probate court. I mean, there's no way you're going to buy property. And I'm part of an actual investment, Facebook investment group, a Seattle, Washington real estate investors. And this actual group includes investors that are in Bellevue and Tacoma as well. So it's really the Seattle metropolitan area in actual practice. But the investors that I talk to on a daily basis, right? Mm. You know, they've said emphatically, you will not buy a property in Seattle or Bellevue that will cash flow. Point blank, period. Let me say that again. You can't buy a property that will cash flow. And what I mean by cash flow means that putting down a 20% down payment, the amount of rental revenue will not pay the mortgage on any property in Seattle, unless you're talking about some type of commercial property. We're talking about anywhere between 1 and 4 units. So anywhere between 1 and 4 units, putting down 20% on the purchase price of the property, you're not going to be able to cash flow. The amount of money you get in rental revenue will not meet or exceed the actual monthly carrying cost, just the mortgage itself, in addition to, and not including the actual maintenance and upkeep of the property. So your investment strategy here is equity grab. So you buy and hold. The rental revenue is to help, to assist with the reciprocal carrying cost, not to meet the demands of the carrying cost. And then at some point, you tap into that equity either by a second mortgage, home equity line of credit, cash out, refinance, or you sell the property.
Because really, what you just said right there just shows that price entry means everything. If you can get at a good price entry, you want, like the saying goes, you profit off of the price that you got it for. So you profit as your price entry. So if it's listed as 500,000, but you got it for 375, consider yourself lucky.
But now, if your strategy is the bird method, you know, you're planning on selling at some point, you're gonna have to make sure you sell it at a good price too. And so you got to factor that into the time that you buy the property. Because let's say you buy the property in spring, right? Mm-hmm. You plan on getting renovations done completed by wintertime. Who's buying a house in winter? It's Christmas time. So now you got to hold the property for an additional couple months because you can't sell at the prices that are being commanded during the wintertime because you're going to take a significant hit on your profit margin. Your property may sell because of the lack of demand. Your property may sell for, $80,000 less than what you plan to sell it for. And it may take a lot more to sell it too. Now you got to stage the property. You got to make it extra appealing in the wintertime because there's not a whole lot of demand. So now you got to pay for a stager. You got to make sure the landscaping is on point. There's a lot of things you got to think about because in the wintertime, landscaping don't look too good. So you got to do a little bit extra. You got to buy fertilizer, Scott turf builder, extra water, all kind of shit just to make the property look good in the wintertime. Then people are coming in, tracking in mud. So now you got to pay for a housekeeper to come in after every showing. At the end of the day, housekeeper got to come in and clean the property. So people don't think about that type of stuff, when they're buying the property. So like now you got to think about, okay, let me buy a property at a different time of year. But you buy the property at a different time of the year, guess what? The demand for properties are higher too. So you got to time it just right. So like if you buy the property and say you buy the property in February, like right now, right? Property values are still depressed because it's still coming out of the wintertime, right? People are still recovering from spending all that money during Christmas. So you can still get a good deal, right? And then if you already got your team in place, you start renovations immediately, and hopefully you'll be done with renovations by say August, because there's people that want to move into the house before the end of the summer because they want their kids to start school in their new school district. You see, that's things to think about. You got to think about the demographic that's going to be buying your property, and if you're doing a rehab on a property that's going to be bought by a family, you got to think about the kids. Kids want to start, or parents want their kids to start school. Like my parents ran into the same scenario. They were selling a house. They put the house on the market in August. The lady bought the house within 3 days. Well, I mean, she put an offer in on the house the same day that they listed it. The house, 3 days, she had to cash money. And so within 2 weeks, she was moving in. So my parents were trying to move out. The lady literally, my mom called me, frantically called me on the phone. She said, this lady is crazy. She's moving in while we're moving out. That's what my mom said. The lady didn't clean the house. My mom is very clean, though. She's fastidious as far as cleaning is concerned. So the house was clean, but still, right? This lady was moving in her furniture while my parents, like literally, she was putting furniture in the house while my parents' furniture was still in the house. Damn. It was crazy. So the reason why is because she wanted her kids to start school. So her kids started school that next week. She wanted to be completely moved in and unpacked because she wanted her kids to start school. She didn't want them to miss a day of school at the new school district. So that's something to think about.
Yeah, man.
First, as they say, first world problems.
Yeah, we do got some very bougie problems, don't we, man? We trying to figure out what's the cheapest, like 80,000. We trying to find something that's cheaper than 80,000. We went to Detroit and found something that's for 10, 15, early part of the stream.
Now, Detroit comes with its own set of circumstances. I have a cousin that lives in Michigan, and so we talked extensively about renovations and investing in Detroit. And so he advised against it unless I can put boots on the ground. And his rationale is that Detroit is beyond being sub-market specific. It actually boils down to the side of the street that you're on. So say, for instance, you got a house, right? You got a house, say Lois Lane, right? 123 Lois Lane, right? 123 Lois Lane, maybe let's say 123 Lois Lane is on the north side of the street, right? The street runs east and west. 123 Lois Lane is on the north side of the street, right? On the same street, you got 124 Lois Lane, but it's on the other side. 124 is on the south side of the street. It's evens, right? So you got odds on the north, evens on the right. So 123 and 124 Lois Lane. 123 Lois Lane is double the price of 124. That's how the Detroit market works. Let me say that again. You can have a house on the opposite side of the street, or the same street. And we're not talking about a major street. We're talking about like a suburban, not an arterial street. We're talking about maybe it could be a street, a cul-de-sac. But being on one side of the street could command a 50% to 100% premium on the price. That's how specific the Detroit market is, because you may have one side of the street. Remember, you have a lot of abandoned houses and a lot of urban blight in Detroit. And so there's just consumer confidence on one side of the street. The consumer confidence doesn't exist on the other side of the street, because on the one side of the street, everybody's keeping their yards up, right? But on the other side of the street, that's where the abandoned houses. So people start. So what it takes, like an investor, to take that risk and buy a house in a distraught neighborhood, and say the investor buys, he gets like a lot buy. He may buy 6 houses in a row, right? 6 single family homes, all on the same street. You know, maybe they're owned by the city, whatever the case may be. And then the 7th house is owned by somebody that's looking to get out. They're head over heels and unpaid property taxes. They want to sell it out. So now you got 7 houses in a row, but they're all on the north side of the street. They're all odd numbers, right? So as the investor, you come and you renovate all 7 of those houses, right? And because you've renovated in bulk, that now you control that street. And so now you determine what the prices are. You fix the prices because you own 7 houses on the same side of the street. So now the houses that you bought for $5,000, right? You're going to turn around and sell them for $75,000, renovated, right? And so now you sell the house for $75,000, and now you got people who buy these houses that are going to live in the houses, right? So now you got people that actually that are invested. They're financially invested in that neighborhood, right? So they're keeping their yards up, right? They're keeping the noise down. They're not hanging out in front of the house. So on that side of the street, everything looks good, right? But now the problem is on the other side of the street, investors haven't come in on that side of the street. So you still got houses that are on the market for $5,000. And so that's why you have that big price disparity in Detroit, right? In addition to that, another challenge of renovating in Detroit is that there's constant vandalism, constant. So if you look at actual houses in Detroit, what they don't show you is that when you actually go to Detroit, see, you're not going to see it in the MLS listing. They're not going to show you pictures of the water heater that has chains and padlocks on it. You're not going to see the house that has the exterior door boarded up with 2x4s nailed and screwed into the wall, so that way vagrants can't get in and squat on the property and steal copper. You're not going to see that an enclosure was illegally built around the water meter because there's copper in the water meters. There's copper in electrical meters. People are stealing water and electric meters in Detroit. Let me say that again. They're stealing your meters to get the copper in Detroit, and they're scrapping the metal, the case that it comes in. That's how desperate things are in Detroit. That's what you don't hear about. But see, you got to have boots on the ground to know that. You see what I'm saying? And so for an out-of-state investor to say, I'm going to buy property in Detroit, and I'm going to hire a crew, they're going to renovate, blah, 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 this, that, and the third, and they run off on the plug. Your money gone because you ain't got boots on the ground. And remember, these renovations are going to take months, right? Months. Detroit has a lot of inclement weather. So if you're trying to start a renovation right now, forget about it. You got to wait till the summertime, player. And then in the summertime, right? Everybody is frantically. See, not only do you got new construction, you got repairs, you got renovations. So the crews are busy. So you got to get it. You got to find a crew that has availability, right? And then once you find a crew that has availability, right, you got to make sure they stay on task, right? You can't be there 6 months to supervise the renovation project if you're out of state, right? Because you got to be in the state that you're in making your money, right? So you popping up, taking flights, spending money to take flights back and forth to Detroit, try to check on the property, make sure the renovations are going as planned, and it's really a hassle. You got certain areas, it has to be boots on the ground. There's no way around it. That's the reason why, even though Seattle was so expensive, it's cost prohibitive, because I live here, right? I can oversee what goes on. So for me, the safest place to invest is right here because I live here. Now, there's a lot better deals to be had in, say, Memphis, say Detroit, for instance, right? There's deals to be had out there, significant deals. Places in Ohio, places in the Rust Belt. right? Places in Kentucky, South Carolina, right? Tennessee. There's lots of deals to be had in those areas, Virginia. But the problem is I can't have boots on the ground. And without boots on the ground, I just don't, it's not a safe investment. Now, if I was in a position to work, see, like right now, I'm thinking about looking for a job that I can actually work remotely. So like some of these pharmaceutical companies, they want registered nurses that can actually, do, audits of documentation and kind of review clinical data and things like that.
Okay.
And, you can do that job remotely. And so with that, I can take my equity or I can take my capital and build equity elsewhere, and I wouldn't be beholden to a specific geographical location to make my money. But I mean, there's people that in the manosphere, right? Like guys in the manosphere, if you're retired and you're not in one of these areas in the Rust Belt, one of these areas in the South, one of these areas in Middle America, flipping houses or buying in the whole real estate investment strategy, I don't know what the fuck you doing. Excuse my language. It doesn't make any sense to me because if you're getting a retirement check, you can be anywhere you want to be. Take that money where it's going to stretch, buy you a property. You could buy a property in some of these areas, like in Ohio. I've seen properties in Ohio for $10,000. No lie. I've seen properties in Arkansas, $20,000. No lie. $20,000, and then you put $15,000 into it. That's all you need. I'm telling you, I've done the research. I've looked. I've seen what's out there. So if you got a job where you can work remotely or you're retired, there's no excuse for you to be building wealth. No excuse for you not to be building wealth. Let me say that. No excuse. The money's out there. I don't know what these cats doing. It's like it doesn't make any sense that we have so many conversations. Like when you look at your real estate streams and you look at the actual viewership on them, right? Compared to somebody talking about Kevin Samuels' latest interview with Nicki Minaj. What the hell does that got to do with anything? Nick, what? First of all, I mean, it's so frustrating. I understand the entertainment aspect. I get it. Okay, it's entertainment, right? Whatever. But let's be honest. A lot of y'all have no business spending that much time being entertained. I mean, let's keep it 100. A lot of these niggas in the manosphere is broke. Period. And that goes from subscribers to content creators. A lot of these niggas broke.
Yeah, man. Because when it comes to getting these dudes to try to book a consultation, it's like pulling teeth. And a lot of times it's credit repair, man. I'm trying to fix these dudes' credit repair. And they hounded me on the price, man. I'm thinking something to do. We can sign a promissory note. What's happening? What's up? We can sign a promissory note. Everything is all to the good when it comes to making sure everything is validated. When it comes to my credit repair, it takes 30 to 45 days. I take off child support, repossessions. All these dudes cry about child support. I could take it off the file. You would still have to pay child support. You would have a boosted FICO score. Because we turned one dude's FICO from 520 into a 680. Scrubbed off the shit from collections, hard inquiries, added some authorized user trade lines. Now he has enough credit to be able to get $40,000 in funding. Mm-hmm. So I'm attach him to my 90% LTV lender, 10% down payment, loans up to $500,000. The interest rate is around 8%. It's expensive. The loan points is 2%, which is expensive. But he's gonna throw his hat in the race, and he's a dude that's in his 50s. So I don't know what's up with these dudes, man. I don't expect high viewership. I expect to get most of my views off of the replay, off of people watching my shit from 5-6 months ago. Then they email me and say, "Oh, real deal, man. I see." No, okay. Then we situate something where I scrub off the shit off their credit. I tell them to get an LLC, go to Chase. Go to Chase when it comes to PGing it. So that means you got a 720, 750 FICO. Get the business credit cards over there in Chase Business Inc. Go to DCU Credit Union, and you can do the double dip where one hard inquiry can get you a personal credit cards and also personal line of credit. Mm-hmm. So your credit card stacking like that. So yeah. I don't know, man. When it comes to dudes, man, when I found out that they was so hyped, I was on Arts channel last night, and they was so hyped about Kevin Samuels and Nicki Minaj. I'm thinking, I'm like, dude, what because they was talking about it for like 30 to 45 minutes. I'm like, dude.
Listen, it can all be summed up in a nutshell. Nicki Minaj rated herself as a 7, but let's keep it 100. Does she honestly, was she just saying that? See, women will say things fishing for a compliment, and then Kevin Samuels then turns around and says, "Oh no, you're a 9." You know, and I don't think she's a 9. Maybe an 8. Maybe an 8. Maybe. But definitely not a 9. But I mean, 8 is still high. So who gives a shit? But the point is, that for them, that's validating them. But see, at the end of the day, women are being disingenuous. The women that consistently call into Kevin Samuels, the women that these men are encountering in everyday life are being disingenuous. So no matter what anyone says to validate their particular perspective as men, it does nothing to change the mentality and the behavior patterns of women. And this is what I think they're subconsciously hoping that, oh, you know, this has been a devastating blow to the narrative of women, you know, nationwide, Black women nationwide. So what?
Man,
they're still
that's not even my
doing.
You know, and the funny part about it is that's not even my argument when it comes to everything that I do is strictly financial. Yeah. From the credit repair to the real estate. Not one time have you heard of me go in an extreme tirade on my channel. Not, at least not about women, not about me murking about women. And when it comes to political stuff, yeah, I admit. But when it comes to females, nah, man, that's not my. For one thing, I never struggled, so I never struggled. I never had a scenario where I was either questioning certain situation too tough. I just kept on moving on, man. What is up with these dudes, man? It seemed like these dudes want revenge or want some type of payback, a W, something, well, man. Like, come on, man.
I think the issue is, the solution is simple, right? You have to alter the environment. That's it. And that's going to require work. You got to alter the environment. And so you start by personal finance, putting yourself in position, right? Because see, at the end of the day, right? See the real thing that hasn't been addressed is what have high value men done to change the actual landscape? I'm not denying the existence of high value men. High value men do exist. But when we look at what high value men are doing to the benefit of every other man, I'm left here scratching my head because, see, as a high value man, why are you not changing the laws? As a high value man, you have the ability to change law. You have the ability, you have access, you have financial capital, you have things that are at your disposal that makes it easier for you to either change laws or galvanize a critical mass that will allow you to change laws. Right? That affect us every day on the financial, like you talked about child support, right? Where are the high value men that are changing child support laws? This is what we look at, the high value men, you know, by virtue of being high value men, you're alpha male. Change the laws. So that way men have more capital to invest. I was just talking to who was I talking to? My cousin. Damn it, one of my cousins. Well, I got a cousin. The judge wanted him to pay. Was it $1,200 a week child support.
Mm.
$1,200. It was something like it was $1,200 or $1,200 or $1,300 a week. It was a week child support. And I was like, so he had to, he had a lawyer, so like that. So I mean, they were able to get it down. I don't know how much it was, but initially the judge was very happy with him having to pay $1,200 a week because based on the amount of money he makes with with overtime and stuff like that, he makes a lot of money. But it was just ridiculous that was even pondered by a judge in the court system to pay that kind of money, right? Imagine what you can do with $1,200 a month from a real estate perspective. The woman doesn't have to work at that point, right? But what you could have done with that money from an investment standpoint is astronomical. And so, we looking at, guys that, that are quote unquote high value, changing the laws, right? Why are the laws not changed so that way men are not put in positions to where they don't have discretionary income to invest? Because there's lots of guys right now that don't have discretionary income to invest. Now, some of them we gotta, hey, that doesn't absolve them of responsibility for having all these kids. I got one of my cousins, right, who I thought had 9 kids, right? I just found out he has 12 kids. Let me say that again. I got a cousin who has 12 children. 12 children.
God damn.
12.
Damn. Black man, what are you doing?
And he a Ray Ray. Oh, he a Ray Ray for sure. He a Ray Ray. You got 12 kids and he a Ray Ray. And so, with that being said, he luckily, he's kind of finagled to where he's not paying child support on all the children. I mean, he's able to, kind of, dictate the amount of money the women get as of now. If they get mad, that can all change at the drop of a dime. But because of that, he has some discretionary income. So he's been investing in real estate. He's been buying up land in Mississippi. So he has, quite a bit of land that he's purchased in a couple of homes in Mississippi and in Atlanta that he owns now. He's older than me, but it's the thing about it is that the discussion about these things, about the dynamics between men and women, should be relevant only as they pertain to your ability to accumulate wealth, right? So when you're having
dudes don't want to hear that. Dudes don't want to hear that. That's when that's when they think it's tricky.
Yeah, the dating conversation, the dating and mating conversation does have relevancy, right? You want to make sound relationship choices because you don't want to inhibit your ability to build and accumulate wealth in the long run, and you don't want your legacy to be marred by somebody who doesn't have your best interest in mind, whom you lay with on a nightly basis, right? That person that's going to be raising your children, right? Mm-hmm. So that's where it becomes important, that dating and mating conversation. But again, we understand the issues we have, but what are we going to do about it? I mean, we recognize that we know it's there. So what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, man, it's literally to a scenario. The more you talk about it, the more you just the more you're the problem at this.
Yeah,
point.
I mean, like I said, there's no denying there's an issue. I mean, there's no I'm definitely not denying it, and it's only getting worse. But again, the conversation should be shifted to, okay, we see the problem. High value men, how are you going to fix it? That's the question.
Exactly.
We got high value content creators, allegedly. So high value men, how are we going to fix it? From a legal standpoint. Legal. See, individual decisions that could be made, we can make that on an individual level. But high value men have the means and access to actually change things on a legislative level. Why are they not doing it? Why are we not holding their feet to the fire? Where is the high value agency in these matters of dating and mating?
Yeah, man, because Mr. Clean, aka the lead attorney, he's supposed to be the main person that's supposed to be out there, man. Because I hate to throw names out there, man, but a lot of these dudes be putting a lot of these dudes in high praise and high pedestals. I'm like, man, are you even trying to get him to do anything? Have anybody made a big $200 donation to say, lead attorney, when are you going to have certain things set up when it comes to meeting the presidential candidates in 2024?
Yeah. Well, even before that, I think that the change really needs to come on the local level, local government. So I think that you should be meeting with your mayor, your city council, your ombudsman, in your particular locale, and that's how you get things done. As a high value man, you have access to these types of people. You're in the same circles as these type of people, and so and then use your platform to advocate for people that have our best interests as men in mind, right? So you bring somebody on the platform that's a potential candidate that you know, if put in position, they will create the change necessary to have a true semblance of equality, not just equality from perception standpoint. So that women could you know hold their heads high. No, we won't. If there's equality, okay, let's make it equality across the board, right? Which will lead to a greater amount of agency and responsibility being placed on a woman's shoulders. Then that becomes the impetus for change, not just talking about it on YouTube. And so again, that's at the purview of high value men, holding their feet to the fire.
Because if you want to be honest, I'm creating high value people by cleaning their credit.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm making high value people by cleaning their credit, and I don't even tilt my horn like that. Like O'Darian, if you listen to O'Darian, shout out to you, man. My guy, Meridian, Mississippi, he had a scenario where he needed his credit fixed. His shit was at 570s. It took like 6 months to really work on his files because he had a lot of collections. 6 months. He had a lot of collections on his file. I had to delete that before I'd even add to authorize user trade lines, mind you. So I just pretty much went with him step by step on how to be able to budget when he does get the funding, which he'll get funding in March. He can be able to know what to do with it when it comes to properly allocating the profits. So he watches my channel. He sees all the investment strategies that you and I talked about from months and months ago. So he can look at those old videos. He can understand what is holding costs. He can understand what is these little nuances when it comes to winter investment properties. I'm pretty much giving people like the step-by-step real crash course tutorials. Plus I have professionals. Cherie, she's going to be on here, I think, tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. So she's going to help people to get SBA grants. She's going to talk about Black man grants out there. So at the end of the day, man, dudes that focus on entertainment, they're just leading themselves to be damn near homeless or homeless. In my opinion, yeah, man, because you focus on 12 hours of the same content, same red pill content, not mixing up any type of financial stuff in between. It's like, dude, what? Like, man, your competition out there, man. Ling Ling is going to whoop your ass in 10 years with a Chinese-backed investment loan. Ain't that a bitch? Or investment grant from his home country. So, I don't know, man. Super Triz, thank God that you're serious, man. Thank God that you're serious.
Man, listen, let me tell you something, right? As you know, I had a YouTube channel, a couple of years ago. It was a small YouTube channel. I didn't have it very long, and I really didn't invest into it. I wasn't streaming consistently, but I mean, I had my little 1K subs, and I had some good conversations on there, good discussion, good dialogue. I think it was versatile dialogue. I mean, there was quote unquote red pill content, but there was content, about science, technology. I just covered everything, right? And when I came to YouTube, right, you know, what kind of turned me off is that, you know, for me, I have my camera on sometimes. You know, I didn't have my camera on all the time, but I wasn't afraid to turn my camera on. You could actually see how I was living. All right. You saw my backdrop. I stream from my car sometimes. I stream from my house sometimes. Right. Some of these people, you look at their background, it's like, where the hell are you at? You in your mama's basement? You know, I don't know where you stream from. You don't from your car. Are you homeless? Like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? And I think that, you know, we ask questions because we want to get perspective, right? Are you talking from a place of actual experience when you tackle certain subjects, right? Because if you're talking about dating and you've only dated 20 women in your entire life and you're in your 50s, you know, how can you give sound advice to anybody? Whatever you're saying is based on what stuff you read from somebody else's book. You're not talking from actual experience, you know, and there's a big difference, but you got to give context. And then let's be clear, like you're saying stuff, but have you actually exercised it in the field yourself? Like I can actually say, you know, at the expense of productivity, you know, the experiences that I've had, I speak from a place of experience. Just like when I talk about real estate, right? I'm speaking of a place from a place of experience, right? I'm actually doing the work myself. I'm actually talking to people myself, not reading from somebody who talked to some people, not reading from somebody who did the work. I'm actually in the mix. So it's an entirely different perspective, and it's a stark contrast to a lot of the content creators that I've seen on YouTube and continue to see. People who are like, basically, it's like the fake it till you make it scenario. So, you know, I have no experience, but I'm gonna make a little bit of a YouTube revenue and talk a good game until now I got some money. Now I'm gonna start actually making some moves and acting like, you know, what I got was from, and then I say, oh, well, you know, this is the strategy that you should implement. But it's like, wait a minute, right? The strategy you implement is not the same strategy that you're advocating for everybody else to implement, right? So you're telling people like, you know, basically, you know, you're talking the money talk and stuff like that, but it's like, okay, but you got your money from YouTube. These people got to go out and work for their money. So the money comes a little bit differently for people that actually got to go out and work for it. You know, not saying that YouTube isn't no work, but it's different. You know, and as a YouTuber, you're not tied to a geographical location. If I was a YouTuber, I live in the cheapest place in the United States as possible. You're YouTubing, right? You're YouTubing. Why do I need to live in LA to YouTube unless I'm collaborating with other content creators, you know, in person? Then that may make sense. If I actually, you know, going to people's studios and they go into my studio, that's different. But if I'm not actually doing in-person collaboration, I could live anywhere in the United States. I could live somewhere cheap and then be a YouTuber. And the profit margin to actual monthly expense ratio is significantly in my favor. So, you know, with that being said, you know, I just think a lot of, you know, content creators are just they're not genuine. I mean, it's really sad. But what can you expect to come from somebody who hasn't really excelled at life themselves? If somebody's on YouTube 7 days a week, right, and are doing consistent streams, that's a job. So how do they have time for another job? See, I didn't stream consistently because I had actual job. I was actually employed, gainfully employed. And the only reason why I got on YouTube, like when I did, was because at the time I was on YouTube, I was like really doing my YouTube channel. I was working full time and I was in school full time, right? But I wasn't really doing overtime like that, but I was in school full time. And because I was in school, I was always on the computer. And so being on a computer, it made it easy to do YouTube because I'm a multitasker. So every time you saw me on a YouTube stream, I was on a computer doing schoolwork at the same time.
Well, that's smart, man.
Every stream I did on YouTube, I was doing schoolwork at the same time. So that allowed me to actually be on, you know, YouTube like that because I was working. But I mean, but you know, once I finished school, you know, I didn't have time to be on YouTube like that because, you know, I'm in the field. So as far as dating and mating is concerned, red pill dating coach type shit, I'm really living it. I'm in the field. I'm actively dating. I'm actually going out, meeting, and spending time with women. You understand what I'm saying? So, after I get off work, I gotta, I gotta spend time in the gym. I have a house. I gotta clean up my house. There's things that I gotta do from a personal standpoint, and then from an interpersonal standpoint, going out and meeting people, spending time, with female acquaintances and stuff like that. There's really not a whole lot of time to YouTube consistently, right? Like right now, I have some obligations that I have later on tonight with female acquaintances.
Yeah, right now, like after you're done, I'm about to shut this motherfucker down.
Yeah, because we got lives, man.
Yeah, man. And even with me, I do it every other day. When I stream, it's every other day. If I'm gonna do something, I get everybody. Like last night, I was fixing 15 clients' credit profiles, man. So I'm putting settlement dispute letters in the mail. Motherfucker about to lose taste out of my tongue because I'm licking all the envelopes to send that motherfucker in the mail. I'm adding trade lines to people's credit profile. I don't got time to be just bullshitting, just talking about just women all day, man. Nah, man. What I do in the weekend is a late night stream, where it's my non-serious stream where we can talk about anything. But other than that, if I'm going to come up on here, I'm talking about data when it's come to the stock market. I'm talking about credit when it comes to the new FICO. We're talking about real estate properties, deals, strategies, realtors, delinquencies, code violations in your neighborhood. We looking for fail listings. We trying to do all that in the cram of 3 to 4 hours in a live stream. We really trying to get everybody up to speed in 3 to 4 hours in a live stream. Like a lot of people, when I noticed like last night when motherfuckers didn't know what a K1 statement is, I said, oh man, what? Oh man, you know what the K1 statement when it comes to real estate? What? I'm like, bruh, what? Oh, dude. Yo, I'm like, now, this is funny. High value dudes that don't understand where you got to be able to have your income tax. They don't know what a 1065 form is for your LLC and partnerships. I'm like, oh. Then when it comes to business, they don't know what a DUNS number is. They say, what's that? They don't know what a SAMS.gov number is. So you can be able to bid on government contracts. That's your number that you can bid on government contracts. SAMS.gov number, your SAMS number. They didn't understand that. A lot of dudes hasn't filed their taxes since 2009.
Wait, hold up. You said dudes haven't filed their taxes since 2009.
Yes, I'm currently dealing with one client, and if you're listening, man, this is no knock to you, man. You haven't filed taxes since I was like in middle school.
Is there a particular reason why?
My man been under the table for them years, man.
But you still file taxes, man. You just claim that you didn't have any income.
That's why I'm trying to figure out just why he didn't just claim that he just didn't make no bread that year. See how trifling a lot of shit can get.
Yeah, I mean, I've never. I mean, every year since I was 18. Every year, actually, since I was 17. I think I filed my first tax return at 17. Yeah, 17.
So yeah, man, when it comes to a lot of shit, man, a lot of these dudes, they need a gym coach. They need a drill coach, a drill instructor. Because a lot of the stuff, man, this is like Bush League type investor. These dudes are like Bush League when it comes to investor knowledge. A lot of dudes is very risk adverse, but claim that they want to be in business. I'm kind of looking at it like, okay, what do you want to invest in? And kind of clenching my teeth, just wondering like, what is up with these dudes' mentality when it comes to certain concepts? Seem like certain things doesn't grasp. A lot of dudes, I don't know. I don't know. I've been studying financial literacy, mind you, since I was 16. I didn't start making my first profit until I was 19. So, yeah, when it comes to me doing what I do when it comes to credit repair and being a realtor, I don't know what's up with these guys, man, because they're high baller, six figure, Mr. High value type dudes. You know, you guys supposed to be very business adequate. You're supposed to understand certain type of social cues when it comes to business. Because one dude tried to say, well, I'll pay you in the back end. I said, only how somebody can pay me in the back end is if I have some form of collateral up front. And that's for business funding. That means he needed $50,000 in business credit funding, and he wanted me to just do it for free. Do it for free up front? No. I want to make sure that at least we can have some type of insurity that we can all profit and win. I don't necessarily blame certain people for having their way of thinking when it comes to business or what they think to perceive as good business. But yo, Super Trish, what is your story when it comes to business? At least you're first in the counter of business, and you knowing what is considered good business, because a lot of people are in business but they don't know how to do good business.
Well, I mean, I'm more of a consumer as far as business is concerned. I don't consider myself a business type guy, a business guy, or a business owner. I don't like to front and put that out there like that's my lane. I'm employed. I'm not self-employed. I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm not a sole proprietor. I'm not a CEO. If people want to call themselves CEO, I'm none of that. What I do is take the money that I make and I invest it. I have business endeavors, and I have investments. From a real estate standpoint, primarily at this point. But dealing with that, obviously, you get an understanding of what's good business and what's not. Obviously, for me, good business is just being a man of your word, right? Prioritizing your reputation in the business world. So that involves providing the service as advertised, and on time. So if you say you're going to do something, you do exactly what you said you're going to do in a time frame specified. Now, obviously, we don't live in a perfect world and things come up. But when things do come up, you rectify the situation, right? Part of that rectification process is asking the consumer, what can I do to make this right? Here's what I'm offering. But see, a lot of people don't think about that. It's a get the bag mentality. So how can I get over right now? Screw a repeat customer. I'll cut corners now, and then once I get in a good position, then I can start worrying about customer service. It doesn't work that way, right? People think that they can cut corners and screw over people, and then once they get to a certain point, where financially they no longer need to cut corners. Financially, they no longer need to screw over people. Then they can start, do things by the book and hopefully, build their reputation, have people respect them. No, we still remember when you were unscrupulous. That's who you are. You've never made that right. Had no intentions of making things right.
Jay Morrison.
like
$15 million, man. Come on.
Like now, see, Now, see, businesses like see, being business like even like now, Jay Morrison, right? He did some unscrupulous things, right? At this point now, he can still go back and say, you know what, I'm gonna make things right.
Mm-hmm.
He can still do that. It's gonna cost some bread, but it could be done. Almost like your bills go to collections, right? And now the collections are like, okay, you could pay this money to collections, and the amount of money collections is asking probably is what you owe, but then you can kind of bargain with them and get it down to, okay, well, I'll pay this. Some people just say, I'm not gonna pay collections at all. Fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
You bought that debt from somebody else, and so it satisfied it from the original person I was indebted to, right? But let's just say that the collections department is within the company itself. Let's say you owe money to Toyota Motor Company, and Toyota Motor Company has their own independent arm of collections, still affiliated with Toyota. So now the debt hasn't been absolved with Toyota. Toyota hasn't sold their debt to another company. It's still that debt is still owned by Toyota. So at that point, if you want to make things right with Toyota, some people don't care about big companies, but maybe like on an individual basis, like maybe you bought furniture from a local furniture store, right? You had a monthly payment plan, or better yet, you're renting an apartment from. Say you're renting an apartment from me.
Mm-hmm.
You got a financial bond, you can make the rent, and and instead of going through the eviction process, I gave it opportunity to leave on your own recognizance, which you did.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still an outstanding debt that you never satisfied. You still owe $4,000 in rent and another $500 in cleaning and repair fees on a unit you left vacant. Right? Now, we wash your hands of it. You go yourself where you go, I go mine. And I never made any plans to directly pursue you for the remaining money. I just washed my hands of it, right? Because I just wanted to be out of the situation, and I didn't want to have to go through the court system with the whole convoluted process of eviction, right? But just because I allowed you to leave the property without any legal recourse doesn't mean it's made right. Right? That's business. That's good business. If you come back, you say, you know what? Maybe it's 2 years later, right? You finally on your feet. You know what? I'm going to make things right. Yo, you gave me a chance. You gave me an apartment when nobody else would give me an apartment, right? You took a chance on me. And I failed you. But you know what? I'm here to make things right. I can respect that. Look, I don't got the $4,000 I owe you. But listen, can we do a payment plan? I want to pay you back. Here, I got $500 right now, and I can pay you $100 every month until the debt is satisfied. You know what? I respect that. And as a matter of fact, as a token of me respecting that, pay me $2,000 and we good. You ain't got to pay me the full $4,000. So pay me $500 now, $100 a month, and that $2,000, we good. See, that's good business on my part. That's good business on his part. That's how we move. See, people don't think like that. People don't care about their reputation. They don't care about none of that. All they care about is the ends. Who gives a fuck about the means? That's the American way.
Yo, you know what? And we're gonna end it off like that, man. Super Triz, I appreciate you, man. I gotta get me some din, man. I appreciate you, big dog. It's always, I always learn something new when you come up on the panel, man. I appreciate the commentary. I think I'm gonna go live. Well, I'm definitely going live tomorrow, but that's for the grants. But the next real estate talk will be the day after tomorrow. After I'm done helping everybody when it comes to getting a good tax preparer. So I got to recommend everybody a tax preparer and get my man straight, because 2009, he hasn't filed at all. That's bad. But Super Triz, man, thank you. We'll talk, man.
All right, man.
Salute.
Peace.
Peace.